Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a lovely Wednesday evening. Baraka de Salah to all Muslims. Today's Ileya, and everybody who needs to send me Agbo, Abi Ẹran Agbo. You should begin to send the meat now. But I'm glad everybody's here. Thank you very much for joining us this beautiful Wednesday evening. All right. And before we get on, I want to thank those on TikTok who have helped to get the live to 73.6k likes. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for your support. Thank you for all you've done. Like Ibo Jinodu, Koboko, Abi71. Those are the names I can see right now. Ole Comrade. Good to see you. Otojo Meta or Duakala. Thank you very much. Or Duakala or Duakala. Whichever one it is. I'm really glad. Thank you for your support. Thank you for helping to push the live up. All right. Glad to have you join us today. Sheng Bomi Dada. Okay. Folks on YouTube and on TikTok and on Facebook and also on Twitter, thank you for joining us this evening. Akọọdún akóyèdún ẹ̀mí aṣọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé lágbára Ọlọ́run nínú ìfọkànbalẹ̀ nínú owó nínú ọrọ̀ nínú àlàáfíà ìgbéga ló máa bá gbogbo wa lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ọmọọba Èkó akọọdún ẹ ṣeun. Thank you, sir. All right, so thank you very much for being here. Please like the live and share if you're on TikTok. Even if you're on Facebook or YouTube, please like and share as well. Okay, if you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon just here, this one. Please click on it and join the team. Drop your heart, me. Let's drop gifts so we can push the live to the FYP together. And if you're on YouTube and Facebook, please like the live and share with other people. Twitter, please like and repost. Onilodun Leyavi. Okay. Baraka de Salah. Baraka de Salah. We enjoyed Barista today. If you came late, you missed. The video is a bit blurry. Okay, someone says the video is a bit blurry. I've been at my eyes since I never see it on the. Okay, no, let me just clean the lens a sec. 1 second, please. No, let's do it this way so I can be professional. Umbo. All right, I hope it's sharp now. Koboko, because I won't complain about the thing not being sharp enough. Uh, it looks funny actually. It looks a bit. I see what you're saying. I think it's better now. It's better now. I think. But let me know if it's okay, Koboko. So yeah, good to be here, and I'm glad we are all here today. So let's get into it. Sorry, everybody, is the camera good now? Like, is it sharp? Koboko was complaining about it being a bit off. I hope it's good now. Okay. So today we're discussing, of course, it's back at the start to everybody, but the topic of today's conversation, we're discussing two things: Southwest security and Yakubu Gowon's autobiography. Okay, I was saying it yesterday. We had replays yesterday, yeah, and I mentioned that finally got my hands on the book by Yakubu Gowon. I'm going to be reading part from it today. This is the book. Okay. my life, just in case you want to see it. Oh, but let me adjust the bookmarks. All right, so here, my life of it's a bit awkward. Yeah, it's over 800 pages, but it's actually quite good. I've been reading it, and that's some really interesting stuff. All right, so we will read part of it today and have conversations around it. Mr. Dungus, thank you, sir. Ami Yala, thank you, sir. God bless you too, sir. So we'll discuss this today. Beautiful print. You can get it on Readable Books, by the way. Okay, but it's actually quite good, So we'll talk about it, later today. We'll also talk about security in the Southwest and some of the developments that we've noticed in the past few days. Hope everybody's fine. Akoko says, Domido, Akoko. You say, Prof, our meat. Now, me go give you meat. I'll be like, you go give me meat. Now, you go give me meat now. You're the ones that will give me meat. I'm waiting for your meat. All right. While we wait for the meat and the people that will be the meat senders, let us get started with the news. All right. So, a number of interesting things have happened since we last met. That's yesterday. But even before then, and we're just going to start with those things. We'll start with the news, and then much later we will get to the topic that I described earlier. A lot of people have sent me this particular clip, and so I feel maybe we should start with it. It's part of the news. It's quite interesting that this is something that is happening in Yoruba land. A lot of people have sent it. So out of is respect and duty. So let me play this video and then we'll talk. Take a listen, please. So if you understand what they're saying, please feel free to come up and explain, and we'll talk about the rationale behind this kind of thing and what it portends for Yoruba people in Yoruba land. Please take a listen to this.
Ịchị ọchịchị nlereanya abụghị mgbasa ozi aghụghọ, ọ bụghị ịrafu ndị mmadụ n'ikpe ndị mmadụ nke oke ọkpa kwere nnekwu, ọ bụ ịchụ àjà, ịrụ ọrụ na ime ihe ahụrụ anya. Ndị be anyị, ndị obodo amụwo Odofin State Constituency 1, ihe a bụ oge ịhọrọ onye ma ọrụ karịa ịhọrọ onye na-amaghị ọrụ.
We don't really have to play everything. It's a video. It's been circulating for some days now. Particular young man is contesting for a seat in Amowo Odofin, and the entire jingle and ad was done in Igbo language. And at first you say like, okay, maybe it's just because he's trying to pander, but it wants to go to Lagos State House of Assembly, and the person chose to talk to those who want to vote for him in Igbo language. And so people have sent the video, and what do I think about it? To be honest, you can speak in any language you want to speak in Nigeria, but there's a level of naivety that you would have when you want to see there are some things that are not illegal. Okay, this is my response to this video. There's some things that they're not illegal, but they're not commonsensical. They don't show that you're a wise person. They show that you're actually foolish. This is one of those things. All right, you are literally you're going against the grain, and then you are telling the people that you may say that's not what you're doing, but even if you say that, that shows that you are very stupid. There are things that you can do constitutionally, but it would be unwise to do them. And so you don't do them, not because you don't have rights to do that or you don't have a right to do those things, but because you just know that it doesn't show him as a smart person. So you let the things just go, especially in politics. One of the things you see with this, crop of, I don't know what to call them, is there's a very low, and someone wrote in the comment section, it's very true. It's a very low emotional quotient, but like you said, emotional intelligence. A person could be able to speak English language, A person could be able to speak English language and do stuff, but the point is, there are certain things you just know that you need social intelligence to be able to interpret some basic things. And that's why I say often that when you have conversations with certain people, I say things like, but I have a right to do it. Constitution allows me to do it. Well, Constitution might allow you to do some things, but you just don't do some things because you have sense. This is one of the things that actually shows that some people don't have sense. How do you, even if you have people, by the way, all these things about, oh, we have a lot of Igbos living in parts of Lagos. Do you know the percentage of citizens that live in the Emirates? You can do the research. I've talked about it before, so we're not going to go deep into it. It's less than 10%. And if you want to do something, you still have a way to, you know, in the Yoruba, àjúbà èèyàn kan, àjúbà àwọn tó ṣáájú, àjúbà àwọn aṣáájú, àjúbà àwọn tó wà níwájú, àjúbà ẹni tó ń tàn. You are paying obeisance. You are actually trying to recognize those people that Ewa you know, and then based on my recognition of who you are and what you've done, I have come to this point. Then they open up to you so that you are able to thrive in the land. That's how sensible people behave. That's what we do in the academia as well. When you write, you say, according to this, you quote people. It's not because you cannot just do whatever you like, but because you want to establish something that, based on what I want to do right now, I'm doing based on what has been done before me. So when you go to a place and you see it's Yoruba land, and your advert is, I mean, even if you want to be, if you want to embrace your folks that came with you from wherever you came from, you might do your advert and then you introduce bits of other ethnicity. I mean, they do it, Yoruba politicians do it, even though that's just ridiculous pandering and doesn't increase their votes, if you really ask me. But if that's what you want to do, you do stuff in maybe different languages, or you do English, and then you do, of course, majorly Yoruba, and then you add the Igbo because you're like, you feel like you're going to die if you don't include where you're coming from. But to do an ad in Igbo language for House of Assembly in Lagos State is the height of ridiculousness. Like I said, it's not that it is illegal. And again, if you're a person who's the only thing that stops you from doing things is because those things are illegal, you are not a very wise person. Okay? It also shows that you are a primitive person. In other words, the only thing stopping you from doing things is the law. If the law allows you, you will just be mad. You just do anything you like. So once the law says don't do it, that's the only thing. And it's like God said, because you still break the laws. But generally speaking, the only reason you're not doing certain things is because there's a law against it. It means you're a primitive. As you advance, right, as a person, as a society, you get to the point where you're like, I won't do this for the benefit of others, for the good of the space and all of those things. I think certain people don't have that emotional intelligence to even lead their homes, let alone live in Yoruba land. And people who can't even lead where they're coming from, and I've said it several times, people say, oh, things like, oh, you know, you guys are tribalists. You know, you cannot even cross from one part of town to another without somebody asking you where you're from, where they are from, in their region. Then you travel to Yoruba land and just do things. And even when people are trying to open up to you, you just are too primitive to understand how to navigate your way in a place like Lagos. This makes no sense, but it's not illegal, but it's senseless. So those who are doing it, I mean, it's not going to win regardless. It just shows that certain people, they haven't gotten to that point. See, Nigeria did some people a disservice. And I think it's the British, to be honest. Okay, you see, when you read books and you hear that some people were leaving, you know, let me call this before I go into. I was having a conversation with some people and they were saying something like, you know, the Oyinbo will paint us as though everybody in Africa is Tarzan and all of those things. I know a lot of people are trying to reclaim African identity and say, oh, we was kings and queens. It is true that in some places there were Tarzans. Something like that. Somebody literally hopping trees. So when Oyinbo just arrived, and because his own too, he's not trying to help you, he's trying to help himself, he lumps everybody together. He wrote it in his book, will say that this is the level of the civilization, this other one is the level of the civilization, and so on and so forth. He knows, but because he doesn't have, he too is not thinking about you. He's thinking about his own selfish whatever. He puts everybody together. Now, here's the problem with Nigeria. The person who, I won't use Tarzan, the person who is lower is acting as if he's the same level as the person who is higher. And then the person who is higher is like, show Mojo more. And don't you know this thing doesn't make sense? And then it looks as if you are bad. But in reality, his acting is evolution, his acting is reality. Right? His acting is his place in life. That's the way, that's his way of expressing himself in the world. And it's a very retarded way of expressing yourself. We can't wear ties and suits and whatever in the tropics. But in reality, a lot of people are underdeveloped, or they are from underdeveloped cultures. Now that I mentioned underdeveloped cultures, let me read you some things. Wait, let me see if I should read it now. I was reading some things earlier today. I was like, what? Kolon ya satani, because it is something. Let's not read it because I'm going to move this topic into something else. You see how certain people should be forever grateful to the British. See, let me explain. So, this is what I mean. Some people could be like hunter-gatherers, okay? And foragers. That's where they are. Some people are going to the point of, they have evolved to the point of, maybe families, farming, agriculture. They've been able to create societies for themselves. I'm using this example loosely, so I'm not trying to measure anybody, which is good. So what you have in Nigeria is you have the hunter-gatherer and the one with the sophisticated civilization. You merge everybody together and you ask them to be together in the same country. That's the reality of Nigeria. So when we talk like this, the important thing is that those who are at that level, at that lower level of civilization, they need to understand that this is not how people move. So what we are doing right now is public service. We're trying to educate ourselves. Because you can't be, what do you want to say? Do you want to, how else do you want to react? Because if you react in a certain way now, it's going to be as if it's like going to the computers. And I'll come out there, anyone, So there's a reply I have here exactly from it's from Alan Burns. And you know what? I think I should read it. I think it's, and again, this is not even a jab, but I think it's important to read something like this, where we are and why things are happening the way it is, so that when you want to engage certain people, you know exactly where to start from. Okay? So take it as a way of educating ourselves about where we all are as the people, and that, hopefully this will help us to appreciate the evolution of different ethnicities in Nigeria. Let me read something quite interesting to you. It says here, there is no record. I don't want to read the beginning because let me see the best place to start. You know what? There's no way I'm not going to mention anybody. That's the truth. Don't be me write the book. I'm just trying to be PC, but cooking work below me. The physical anthropology of southern Nigeria. In page 4, they said the Igbo have no tradition from elsewhere and appear to have settled in the thickly populated parts of Nriaoka and Isuama areas for a very long period and have spread from there. There is no record that the Igbo had a common ancestor. However, there were cases of various units of villages where people got together and made arrangements whereby they looked upon themselves as brothers. Such villages or groups could unite for a purpose, like forming themselves into constituency or community. Geographically, substantial part of southeastern Nigeria, which is the geopolitical region of Igbo people, is covered by dense forest and challenged by erosion. Sir Alan Burns, the author of History of Nigeria, wrote on page 59 of his book, at the time that Lord Lugard wrote, the most important at this was the large Igbo tribe. Among these people, this is where I'm going now. Among these people, there was no highly recognized form of government and little tribal cohesion. Practically, every village was independent, and so great was the isolation of each small community that the inhabitants of neighboring villages often speak in entirely different dialects. What I'm saying is that the political evolution, again, no jabs, no fights, just trying to educate ourselves. The political evolution in the Southeast is very low. It's quite low because at the time, I mean, this is 1914. Sorry, the guy got to Nigeria in 1900. Abi? No. Nigeria was transferred in 1900. I think he got here maybe 1904 or whatever, but by 1914 he had done the amalgamation. So he got to Nigeria between 1900 and 1914, somewhere in there. But here's the thing: that was 20th century. This is the 21st century. So what they're telling you is that as a last century, there was no highly recognized form of government, and there was little tribal cohesion. You begin to understand why people believe. That's why a person in God's state and he will do the entire video in Igbo language is because the person is coming from they have not really experienced what it means to have political sophistication. There's no statecraft. There's no politicking at the high level. They're just learning it in Nigeria. So if you're a Nigerian, bear with them, but know how to deal with it. You're not dealing with your mates. Especially if you're a Yoruba person, you're not dealing with your peers. That's the point I'm trying to make. And again, this is not a jab. It's just the fact. If, as at 20th century, you don't have highly recognized form of government, it's whatever I say will be flying over your head. Everything I say, you call it tribalism because that's a new word you heard. You don't really understand what it means for people to actually organize themselves, even today. And since we're talking about it, I think I'm going to play you a video later. Let's keep reading here. Marjorie Parham, writing on Lord Lugard in 1960, said, quote, early in 1915, for example, he went on tour in the southeast, driving the first train along the 16 miles of rail between Port Harcourt and Imo River. From there, he went north into the heart of the densely populated Igbo country, visiting the coal field and calling at the headquarters of districts. He was greeted everywhere by the forest people, the women giving him the almost universal greeting of female Africa's shrill. I'll tell that again. The women giving him the almost universal greeting of female Africa of shrill luluing. Many of the women of all ages were absolutely nude and quite shocked, turned his back on them. Coal and railway cutting focused his attention more upon geology than humanity, but he had an eye for the natural beauty of Enugu, the future eastern capital, which was then almost virgin bush. Enugu, that became the capital of the eastern region, was created by the British from scratch. They created it from scratch. I've thought about it several times. It says a lot. Kaduna was not built by the British. There were city-states in the north, in Hausa land. There were Hausa city-states long before the British thought about, coming this way. You had kingdoms in Yoruba land. But when they came, people were scattered all over the place. The women were nude. It's okay. I was at a conference some time ago, and somebody said, they said people were nude. They didn't understand the fact that it was the tropics and it was because of the weather. I was like, what are you talking about? It's a reflection of the people's level of evolution. Don't tell me that it's because it's hot. If it's hot, there's the kind of clothes you wear now, at a particular age at least. What do you mean the Oyinbo came and said they were naked, but you didn't understand the fact that in the tropics, if it's the tropics you need, why are you still wearing clothes today? Are we joking? You know, sometimes especially all this academia, when you want to try to use book to excuse underdevelopment. But I'm not going to talk about people being nude. I mean, it is what it is. But the point I'm trying to make here is, as far as politics is concerned, what it took to have it was not there. And here's the thing: your politics is a reflection of your society. I said, you still see today. I mean, that's literally the reason for the video I just played right now. It's not because there is something deep. It's just a reflection of it. Why am I saying this? There's no way on earth you are from a place like this where you're just trying to find your feet in the last century, and then you get into Yoruba land and attempt to tell me what it means to actually have a government. Like you don't know what you're talking about. Like you're not one to talk about it. That's the point. And if a Yoruba person, you also know. So when you get into shouting marches, what are you shouting about? Everything you say doesn't register. You're like someone showing further math or additional mathematics, whatever you call it, further mathematics to a nursery one student or nursery one pupil. You may be right though. That child cannot see what you're saying. He doesn't even know what 2 plus 2 means. You're talking about further math. So it tells you that you are different, you have different frames of reference, different levels. So this video that we just listened to, by the way, if you're just coming in, we're just listening to a video where somebody, I mean, is Igbo, running on NDC platform. The party they just created this month, I mean, well, it's been on for a bit, but it just got popular this month after Obi joined. Now, as people have moved into the party, you're using that party as a vehicle, as your platform in Lagos State to get into the House of Assembly in Lagos State. Though you can't do advert, the whole advert can't be inside the language. It tells you that you don't understand what identity means. You don't understand what respect means. Your culture has not really taught you how to really work, how to maneuver, especially when you're discussing political conversations. You don't know what you're doing. One second, I want to play you a video. There's still one more thing I want to read from this stuff. I want to play you a video as soon as I'm done because it tells you, again, this is not even ancient, but I'm going to read the ancient one and I'll now play you something happening in recent times. Just to tell you that people go all around the place in Nigeria telling people how to live and what to do. They got no idea what they're saying. Mumbo, I found it. All right, let's finish this one first. Where was I? We're reading Marjorie Parham. Marjorie Parham wrote a lot about Nigeria. Of course, she wrote the biography of Lord Lugard, which we have. Maybe one of these days. There's so many things we can learn, so we'll get there one of these days. So she's writing about Lugard. She says, and this book was published in 1960. So she says, early in 1915, for example, Lord Lugard went on tour in the southeast, driving the first train along the 16 miles of rail between Port Harcourt and the Imo River. From there, he went into the heart of the densely populated Igbo country, visiting the coal field and calling at the headquarters of districts. He was greeted everywhere by the forest people, the women giving him the almost universal greeting of female Africa of shrill lululuing. Many of the women of all ages were absolutely nude and quite shocked, turned his back on them. Coal and railway cutting focused his attention more upon geology than humanity, but he had an eye for the natural beauty of Enugu, the future eastern capital, which was then almost virgin bush. Political organization, a remarkable chieftaincy system, and a well-established urbanization, which were the hallmarks of Yoruba nation before the British came, were non-existent in Igbo nation. The state of development in the southeast in Igbo land was a problem to Lugard, with particular regard to indirect rule. In 1900, Lord Lugard, as he later became, inaugurated the protectorate in northern Nigeria, which was later divided into provinces. In the capital of each province was a senior British official known as resident. Government policy was to the effect that the African rulers, mostly emirs, and their council and courts were running the administration. This was a system later known as indirect rule. In this regard, Lugard had a lot of problems in the southeast. There was no organization nor chiefs, as were in the Northern Protectorate. Indeed, Majiparam made an indecent reference to the Igbo as, quote, coastal group in the region and the people of Bisley. Oh dear. I mean, I've read this. I'm wondering if I should read it out loud. Okay, so this is from Majiparam, okay? Coastal group in the region and the people of Bisley living without a god, laws, religion, or commonwealth, Lugard could appreciate the formidable fact of their social fragmentation, but are we then to assume that the attempt to adapt the fundamental principle of indirect rule to these intractable human conditions? See, here's the thing. Now, Nigeria put all of us together, and I want to read a few more stuff on this matter. You know, the thing about me, sometimes I read something and I remember other books that can actually help buttress the point. So, we are here. Let us read. Let's read something from Majiparam before we go to crisis and conflict. We don't know our neighbors, and we are too naive to assume that we're all at the same level. We're not. We're not. And you don't have to force it. It is what it is. This is the same Majiparam writing the same year, 1960, but she was writing in the Listener. She says, beneath these difficult restraints, regional differences are great. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. They still do. So when people say things like, oh, we have to be united as a country, it's not out of altruism or patriotism, it's based on need. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. As the poorest region, though perhaps the recent strike of mineral oil will change that, but that oil was not in Igbo land, it was in the eastern region. They have had to pour out of their overcrowded forests to seek work all over the other regions. Again, having no great history, no impressive chiefs or cities, they need to find their pride, their fulfillment in Nigeria itself. Able, individualistic, hardworking, democratic, they could be the unifying leaven, and Dr. Azikiwe could probably express as Governor General not only the independence but also the unity for which he has worked so long. There's a reason I'm speaking as calmly as possible, because some of the things I'm reading is better for me to read it that way, because on their own they are too explosive. But here's the point. If I go to places where they know more than me, it's just wisdom for me to calm down and learn and see how things are done. It doesn't mean I'm stupid. It just means that I don't know yet. And all of us here know that there are certain things that we don't know. As a matter of fact, if you assume you know everything, it's because you are the most ignorant person on earth. To even assume that you know everything. As a matter of fact, one of the things I've discovered studying and reading is that the more you read, the more you discover your ignorance. You know, years ago, there was a book I read. I got to a particular point. I left the book. I was just angry. I wasn't angry with anybody in particular apart from myself. I was angry with myself, anybody that taught me, whatever they've taught me in the past. I was just angry. And then I got to a point when I was going to resolve whatever situation I was in at the time, it just occurred to me that if I didn't know this and I was this old, I mean, this was years ago, how many other things am I ignorant of? So here's the point I'm trying to make. It's not bad to be ignorant. Okay. It's terrible when you don't want to learn. You're supposed to try to learn from those who actually understand what you're trying to do. If you're coming from a place with no great history, no impressive chiefs, no kingdoms of any kingdom, and you're getting to a place like Nigeria to play politics, your job is not to try to flex muscle. Your job is to sit down and learn. And the reason I'm sounding this alarm is that people may react a certain way to certain people if they don't just calm down and understand how to move, because you cannot be moving mad in other people's land. Meanwhile, back at home, you are ultra conservative. Now, as soon as somebody just come out River Niger, they can't tell everybody, say, you know, I have rights. Back home, nobody has left. Or the only left you don't get right there. But once you cross River Niger, they demand rights everywhere. If you do it on a interpersonal relationship, maybe it's okay. You can settle your case and find police to help you. But when it comes to politics on its own, it's a very flammable concept, so to speak. Wherever, not just in Nigeria, everywhere. To now come and add wala to it, it can lead to something no. So it's important to understand, if you're a Yoruba person, the people who are doing all these things, they don't have any history of great kingdoms or great chiefs or great anything. Which is why people talk, like they're very naive. And we're going to listen to some of those things today. Okay? Just be talking as though you're in a village meeting. This is Lagos. How do you do an advert like that entirely in Igbo language? I mean, it just shows that you're not really thinking. Imagine for whatever reason, I want to contest an office in, let's say Jos. You have like 4 generations of Yoruba in Jos, so particularly the Gomosho. Just that you don't hear them misbehave. So let's say I want to do that, or let's go to a house or town, let's say Kaduna, and I want to become whatever local government chairman, House of Assembly representative, member, or whatever. I now want to talk to the people that will vote for me, and I'll do that stuff. Even if my neighborhood is largely Yoruba, it would be stupid for me to do that advert in Yoruba language. Number one, it shows that myself and my people have not bothered to actually assimilate into that bigger space, which means that we are not fit to lead in that space. Because even if you say you want to lead your own people, when you get to the house, that is why one clown got to the House of Assembly in Lagos and was having a problem with the fact that we speak Yoruba on Thursdays. Because, plenary sessions are done in English language, but on Thursdays in Yoruba language. Somebody actually had a problem with that. Of course, the ethnicity of that person, you don't have to think about it. It's just proof that people are not at the same level and they should calm down, understand how things are done. Also, I want to advise that they probably want to start from home, because it might be a very good place to begin to change some of the things that they have in mind. Here's the video I want you to listen to of a lady. I mean, the details of his relationship, whatever they're having, is none of my business, but the core of it, I think, will help us understand something. Take a listen to this.
And emo. And we complain of racism, then xenophobia, then tribalism. But what is it called when people from the same tribe with probably different dialects don't like each other? Because that's the case of Anambra and Imo. And I'm saying this from first-hand experience. I've done something close to a talking stage with an Anambra man. And in the course of this, I visited his hometown for a funeral and met his family. From time to time, there were different jabs and jokes thrown here and there about Imo people. And these are some I can remember. The first one, the brother told me that I should be grateful. I don't think he used the word grateful, but something that implied that I was going to be the first Imo girl that will be married into their family, from their nuclear to extended family. Second incident, we were at the bar of a hotel, and then a car was honking at the gate of the hotel, and the brother goes, he's definitely an Imo man making that noise. They just ask all they know how to do, make noise. A lot of times, whenever we're passing good roads, you hear things like, is your Imo state like this? Are your villages like this? Do you have this? Do you have that? And I'm like, why the comparison? Now, the most painful one was when I told this guy some things about me. Like, when you're talking to somebody and this person is beginning to sound serious, and I wanted them, okay, these are the things I've done, some of the mistakes I've made, and and so I come forward and tell him. And he goes, oh my God, his father told him about Obo girls. He goes straight and now calls my local government, because apparently his father was in the military and he served in Imo, so he knows some things about Imo girls, and he had really warned him about me. I'm like, wow, the same one that told me welcome to the family. Interesting. And I can't even count how many times I heard how Imo people are not hardworking, how I'm and this one and that one. Recently, I spoke with a friend and they're experiencing the same thing. It's he marrying from an Anambra home and he's still experiencing the same kind of behavior because he's from Imo. Please make this thing make sense. And has anybody also experienced this Anambra emo brouhaha? Because it's crazy.
I think people can marry whoever they want to marry. Upaka Daniel said this is AI. You are retarded. That's the first thing I want to tell you. Having said that, I want to show you something.
What is it called when people from the same tribe, with probably different dialect, don't like each other? Because that's the case of Anambra and Imo. And I'm saying this from first hand.
You see how retarded you are?
I've done something close to it.
There's no ethnicity that is perfect. Even my own Yoruba, because but the problem that you guys have is that you assume, and it's an Anambra, it's an Onitsha thing that got to become Anambra. See, I don't want to tell you. Let me share one book with you. Let me see if I can find that book. Maybe it will help your destiny, because you guys, the real problem is not that you have problems, is that you will never accept that you have problems. That's the real problem. There's no ethnicity that is perfect. Okay? But nobody can. You will go everywhere telling everybody that you are better than them. That's the most problematic thing I've seen. You tell everybody you are better than them, and then you turn around, and when they tell you what you're not doing right, you're like, no, it cannot be us, it is AI. Because you have to sustain that ridiculousness of, the fact that you're better than every other person. Meanwhile, you are less than what you even think you are. I don't want to say you are. I don't want to tell you exactly what you are less than, but I hope you get the point. There's a book I want to recommend. It's by James Coleman, Nigeria Background to Nationalism. I started reading it today. Maybe if you can join, you see where they were giving the distinction between Onitsha Igbo and Igbo. Onitsha for a long time never called themselves Igbo, by the way. If you read Among the Igbos by G.T. Basden, was published in 1921, the Onitsha man would tell you that the Igbos are to the east, and to the west he had the Enuani. Himself is Onitsha. He never calls himself Igbo. Maybe it has something to do with the meaning of the word Igbo, which is what we know, but I don't like talking about it because it's not too good. It's not even because it's not good. It's because the people have not evolved to the point where they can accept that that's part of their history. That's the reason I don't talk about it. You see, here's the problem. I can say certain things about Yoruba people that are not even very cool. We can talk about it and break it down. It's not everything in your past that's supposed to be grand, right? We all have, all kinds of things in our past. But once you get to the point where nobody can say something wrong, it means that you are primitive, and it's better to just leave you where you are, because any small thing now begin to throw tantrums. So I was saying that this superiority nonsense that she's talking about is actually something from the Onitsha. The Onitsha will say everybody to the east is Igbo, and Igbo means something in Igala. Igbo also means something in Igbo language. And I happen to have the dictionary here, the Igbo English dictionary, but I'm not going to read it because the meaning is not very palatable. But here's the thing. He would never see himself as Igbo. When he was now asked that, based on political expediency and British colonialism, is now going to be Igbo, he has to now make it very clear that he's the number one when it comes to being Igbo. So he's better than others. That's why you see today, people can't have conversations without comparisons. I have something more than you. Is I better past my development mentality? I get past you. Who cares? Even at an ethnic level, you can't have a conversation without saying things like my state is better than yours. Meanwhile, they said they're talking about everything that is better than that place is one street in Ibadan. I am not exaggerating. One clown went to do one video and showed Ibadan with roofs, and now showed one very nice estate. It's nice, so to be clear, very beautiful estate. I won't mention the state in the east, in the southeast. Very lovely estate. I saw the entire place. I was like, everything you're talking about here is one street in Ibadan. But you think Ibadan is brown roof, which is quite interesting. And I like how people actually think everything in Ibadan is brown roof. I've said it before, I'll say it one more time. Maybe because I grew up in Ibadan, I like to speak for Ibadan. Ibadan is the way it is actually because of Olaju. When you see those brown roofs in Ibadan, I'm digressing, I know. When you see those brown roofs in Ibadan, it's a sign of something. It's a sign of early civilization, at least in the Nigerian context. When they were using corrugated roofing sheets that's now brown all over the place, some people's fathers were using straws and grass thatch roofs. That's what they were using. And some people's fathers still use it to today. So they were using those roofs in Ibadan. So whenever you go through some parts of Ibadan and see everywhere it's brown, that's a sign that when they were using this kind of, corrugated roofing sheets, your fathers were using straws and raffia. That's number one. Number two, people then say things like, you guys should have removed all those buildings and build new places like we've done in our own place. Now, number one, your place, the entire place that you call your place is like a village where I come from. Okay, so let's say with Ibadan. Ibadan is the largest city in West Africa. And because there is land, you see, your own frame of reference is scarcity. That's the problem. Because they have abundance of land, the children don't have to destroy their father's houses. All they have to do is go to another part of the land and build. Therefore, you go to different parts of Ibadan, you see estates. I see things on social media, people saying, are you sure this is Ibadan? I'm like, what do you think the city was? Whatever you see Lagos as today, Ibadan was the Lagos of the 1960s and 70s. Ibadan was the place. It is still the place in some sense. Whatever estate, I think the only thing Lagos has over Ibadan, to be honest, right? Number one is, of course, Lagos is the commercial capital of Nigeria. That is what it is. It's just what it is. And when it comes to nature, Lagos has beaches and Ibadan doesn't have any beach. But that's some rivers. That's all. And river banks. That's all. But when it comes to development or what people are talking about, like everything you're trying to use to compare with Ibadan is just one part of the city. But you think everywhere is brown. Meanwhile, your own lungus, what you call, I'm laughing because just ridiculous things I see on social media sometimes. It is well. Let me play you one other video or two. We're just getting started, okay? This one is still from the Southeast. Take a listen, please.
Baby, special announcement because
now you don't see him. For those of you who know hear wetin they talk, na Ebonyi man, na Anambra person, they inside main market like that. Now so, they are now say if you get any Ebonyi person, any Abakaliki person where they do boy for here, say they no need them again.
So make a wakama,
make them come out.
Imagine that.
But if you go Lagos State, when no be your Igbo land, then go accept you, give you freedom. If we tell you stay one place, you go stay with the cost struggle. But your fellow Igbo, see what you they talk. May God help now.
Baby, special announcement because
now you don't see him. For those of you who know hear wetin they talk, na Ebonyi man, na Anambra person, they inside main market like that.
Now so,
they are now say if you get any Ebonyi person, any Abakaliki person where they do boy for here, say they no need them again.
so make a wakama,
Make them come out.
imagine that.
But if you go Lagos State, when no be your Igbo land, then go accept you, give you freedom. If we tell you stay one place, you go stay with the cost struggle. But your fellow Igbo, see what you they talk. May God help now.
I'm looking forward to things getting better in every region, including mine. I like to repeat that everybody grows, okay? Culture is supposed to be dynamic, but if you're stuck in the past, it's okay if you want to be stagnant in your life, but don't go everywhere trying to lecture people about stuff when your home is literally just a dunghill. The point is charity has to begin at home. So when people are moving a certain way and we talk, it's not because some people hate anybody, it's just because, number one, if you are going to teach me something, I have to be able to see where you are and see that you're actually worth listening to. And for the most part, the loudest voices in Nigeria are not worth listening to. Okay, there's one more video. I'll play that one. Then we'll go back to the other stuff. Take a listen to this.
As an Ebonyi State lady, you have nothing to do with an Anambra man many of the time. many of the time, because Anambra State, in the eastern state, these are people that have superiority complex. It doesn't matter if it is the man or the woman. Most of them, they think they are superior to other Igbos. And the people on the bottom barrel of the Igbo state is we from Ebonyi State. Anambra, a typical Anambra man does not see an Ebonyi State woman as so, like they are seeing. You see the way that Igbo people say Ndausa. That is how they see even you from Ebonyi State. So they will treat you. In fact, I don't know how to explain this thing to you, but I know that most of you are older than me. I am just in my early 30s. Most of you know what I'm talking about. So they see Ebonyi State women that we are typical farmers, we are typical laborers, and most time Ebonyi State people travel to Anambra State to work for these men. They work in their farm. They do labor job for them. So they see us as slaves that are paid to do labor. When they marry you, you are unfortunate that you meet those typical ones. They want you to continue doing those labor because they don't even see Ebonyi State people as a human being. Nsukka as well. I'm saying the one that I am very sure of, but I know that ladies have told me that even Nsukka ladies. These people know that those states are very marginalized. Those communities are so marginalized that the women does not know their rights. Now, they will sit down to talk down about Ebonyi State people. They will talk how we are not Igbo, we are less Igbo and segregate us. But they will still come to marry their women because their women are the submissive one. Their women are the one that they can abuse and they will stay. Now, you will say this is a mental illness. No, it is calculated abuse because most of these men does not love the women. They don't love them. They are not looking for partners. They are looking for somebody to bear children for them. They are looking for somebody to do the unpaid labor for them. They are looking for somebody to satisfy their sexual urge. They are not looking for partnership in a marriage. That is why they can go to a state that they see their women as illiterate, the place that they see their women as nothing, and pick the women to say that is their wife. Because that is the only way their ego can be suited. That is the only way they can exercise the control. That is the only way they can do everything to the woman, and that woman does not walk away. Because walking away bruises their ego. And women from states that are more enlightened, like Anambra State, like Abia and Imo, they will walk away. They will not tolerate you as an Ebonyi State lady.
I mean, whatever happens in your, whatever relationship that people are doing, I don't want to talk about it. I think for me, it's just the political ramifications of this thing. So if you're seeing this in marriages, then you understand now why states in the southeast were expelling non-indigenous who were Igbos from their own states. It happened between Abia State and Imo State. In Aba, when this same government, when they appointed John Odeagbala as mayor of Aba, you know what people in Abia State, you know what they told him? Every time I think about it, I'm like, they said Abia is not a no man's land. That's what they said. Abia is not a no man's land. Oh, so I am in no man's land. This is Anambra man to become mayor of Aba. Not the governor of the city or of the state, just the mayor of the capital. And the person who can't tell me how to do politics in Yoruba land. You see how things can be funny. I'm just saying this to say that, listen, we're at different levels, right? And there's certain things that people are demanding outside their regions. They should probably do it at home. All this superiority that they're doing is stupid. You're not better than anybody because in reality there's nothing to show. There's no proof. You go just explain tired, no evidence. That's one. Number two, people have to be more emotionally mature and socially intelligent. Okay, when you look around and you know how to behave. Okay, there's a very old adage. When you're in Rome, behave like a Roman. You're supposed to learn, you assimilate, right? Or basically just integrate. You may not want to, whatever you do, you want to represent a people. It makes sense that you assimilate into their culture. If you're too big to be part of them, then you're too small to represent them. And in reality, many of these guys are small to represent any part of Lagos. Very small. When I say small, again, I'm not talking about your pocket. I don't care how rich you are. Some people are so poor, all they have is money. You are small intellectually. You cannot have conversations that go beyond clannish conversations. You can't really have serious stuff beyond ethnic jingoism. In other words, when you're even telling people I'm not a tribalist, I'm not a tribalist, you're actually proving the point that you are a tribe, you are who you say you're not. Right? It's difficult to have conversations with you because we can't say one or two things before we hear you say you are the victim. Oh, why are you saying this to me? Because of, we cannot talk to you about deep historical conversations or political stuff without you acting as though everything is against you. We can't really go deep. All right. And like I said, this is not to say that if you're very, I'm not saying one ethnicity is perfect. I'm just saying that if your ethnicity is stagnated, where you cannot even learn how to change, forget change for a second, even learn how to change and then maybe begin to change. If you can't do that, you're primitive. You shouldn't be thinking of leading any part of your balance, especially when back at home you have, I know the funny thing about the kind of classifications they have, there's classification based on their villages. This Anambra number that this one is talking about, inside Anambra State, class deal. And I'm not talking about the caste system, that's a different thing entirely. But say from place to place, class day. Because when you have autonomous communities and villages, some will believe that they are higher than some. Some, for instance, that got exposed to, like the book I was referencing earlier, because they got exposed to Christianity and Western education before these other people, they consider themselves to be higher. Some of them, even before the whites got there, because Onitsha, for instance, because of their connection with Benin, they think, and I think they probably have a right to think that way, to be honest, because they had that kind of structure that you wouldn't find in most Igbo communities. They had an Obi, all right, and that concept itself is not indigenous to Igbo land. So because of their connection to Benin, they felt they were superior. What they had, you find it in Azikiwe's book, My Odyssey, where I was talking about, the way the Onitsha man conducts and himself and the way he carries himself compared to others. This we are all Igbos that they started talking about it's a recent development. As a matter of fact, it was created by the British, which is why I noticed what's happening these days. Some clowns. I've not talked about it because I don't think it's well. I will when it's time. Some clowns are pushing the agenda. Yoruba is a new identity. Just because your fathers were separate people and they were brought together by the British does not mean that Yoruba has the same story as you. That's the crazy thing. Like, we don't have the same story. We are different people. In your place, you were brought together. In this place, they have been together. And I don't think people should be rewriting other people's story based on their own reality. But one day I'm going to respond to that narrative. I've been noticing it for a bit now. Anyway, all of that to say that those who are not marrying themselves, that's their business. Hopefully everybody, gets to the point where you don't think some people are less. There was a time we used to have this kind of thing in Yoruba land. Let me just quickly mention it. There was a time we used to have something like this. Don't marry from here. Don't marry from that. But when I asked, as we grew up, and I was asking why they used to say this, I never heard anyone say one was less than the other. Oh, God of Fejebo, God of Abeokuta. It wasn't. None of them said this one is less than us. When you go deep into history, you know what really happened? And I just quickly mentioned this one. And I got into this when I was reading Adventures in Power, Book 2, Travails of Democracy and Rule of Law by Obafemi Awolowo. I was talking about the conversation he had with the Olubadan at the time, and he noticed that bickering was still there. But that bickering actually started in 1892. It was during the Magbon War. Yoruba were on the British side against Ijebu. So you can go and read about it. The Anglo-Ijebu War. That's the Magbon War. You were on that side. So there was that in Unibini because there was a blockade that was put in place by the Jebu to make sure that the folks from the hinterlands did not trade directly with folks in Lagos. So what they did was to be the middlemen. So they will buy from this and then sell to this until, of course, the British got in there and said, you know what, you've got to remove this blockade, and then that became a war eventually. The point is, because of the sides that they were, I mean, the other one was on the other side, the other one was here, they had that acrimony or animosity. In other words, you can even trace the reason for don't marry somebody from it. It's not good though. I mean, now it has actually reduced, but we used to have that. It used to be about, see what your fathers did to me and what we did to me, which is why we're very grateful for Egwemo Odùduwà that was, founded in 1945. The fallout of wars like Imagbon War, the Kiriji, all those 16 years of Ija was what was resolved. So when you hear people say things like, and I'm saying this because some people will be like, but my father said to me that there was a time Yoruba people used to say, don't marry somebody from here. It's because of history, not because of superiority. And guess what? It happens everywhere in the world, including between the English and the Irish till today. There's some Irish families that say, don't marry, they still do it. It's because of history. Of course, there's superiority somewhere in there, but that's from the English side. The point I'm trying to make is, every society has to navigate such, tricky things. But you've got to be willing to evolve, and you have to be dynamic enough to know that, okay, this is what we're doing at this point does not make sense. We've got to move higher. And so today, you see a lot of, what am I even saying? In Ibadan, if you go to Okeado, they've always been there, by the way. Even Baba, our house is in Okebola, is in Okeado. All right? Because over time, especially in politics, but it's not, again, the difference is not like I am more, I've never heard that thing. When I say hearing somebody is more Yoruba than some people, it was in Nigerian politics, not from Yoruba people who understand politics, but from those who were in obedient movement. I never heard somebody was more Yoruba than another person until I heard, and interestingly, the speech that I played the other day that we responded to by Obi of Onitsha, he made that statement as well. That some people were more Yoruba, and he was quoting their books. Nobody is more Yoruba than anybody. This is not Igbo land. So people may need to settle down, fix their homes, understand that people evolve, and when they are done, then they can come around and be asking for things or demanding whatever they want to demand in Yoruba land. Until then, may everybody maintain their lane. God bless you. Moving on. A video has been trending on Twitter of, again, another socially unaware person, thinking that since we all have social media, we all have to talk. Anyway, this is what this person had to say. Please take a listen. Hold on, please. The topic today is Southwest security and Gowon's autobiography. So we'll get to that. We're just discussing news and stuff. Take a listen to this, please.
Movement Mungobak said it discovered Ghana India. I know that we have a problem. So I don't know people living there before he came.
My brother, they will tell you the white man even discovered you. You know why?
Yeah.
Because you don't even know who you are. So the white man comes and gives you a name. What are we wearing? Why are you wearing a white man's clothes? You are driving a white man's car. It's even so sad and sickening that you, who may be a Yoruba man, will not choose to take the name of an Igbo man for your child. But you will be willing to take the name of Greg and Harry, of a man that is far away. It sounds better, right? But your own fellow brother, who is a black man, that is an Igbo man that stays very close to you, you can't take his name for your child because you are Yoruba and he is what? Igbo. But you are willing to take the name of a white man who is Harry, who is your God. The white man is your God. Anything that unifies anything is over anything it unifies. Yeah. So if a white man can unify black people and bring them together, I call them, because you guys couldn't come together, then knock your heads together and then make you a Nigeria and call you a nation. They are your gods. Racism within a race. That's what we practice here.
Yeah.
How do you practice racism within a race? A Yoruba man will tell you he's different from a Hausa man. A Hausa man will tell you he's different from an Igbo man, and you're all black. Why would Mongo Park not name you? Because you don't know who you are.
It sounds smart, Happy. He's not intelligent. I was at a meeting a while back, and somebody came and said something about his family history, that they had moved from Benin to Akure some time ago, and his people used to say that they're from Benin, and that some years later he read a book, and in that book saw that they were Fulani that were actually moved into the Benin area before they were sent by the Oba or whatever, and therefore we are all the same. We are not the same. We are not the same. Skin folk, not every skin folk is kin folk. Just because we have the same phenotype doesn't mean that we are brothers. This brother thing is just, it's stupid. Because we are black, so what? Why do people use this color nonsense? That's actually racism. To categorize yourself based on color, you already have that race construct, the racist construct. That's what you're working with. We are not brothers because we are both black. I don't care that you are black. You are retarded. You are retarded. Whites can be retarded. Blacks can be retarded. Doesn't mean that because you're black, you're not automatically better than the white one. You are both retarded as far as I'm concerned. The idea that it took the British to bring you together and not to be one. What makes you think you needed to be one in the first place? Thank you, Abby71. Thank you for the gift. What makes you think you needed to be one? I want to ask that folks spend some time. You can Google this, just read a bit about it. And if you want to go deeper, I can recommend some books. Look for Westphalia Treaty. Westphalia Treaty. Where Europeans centuries ago decided to come up with the idea of sovereign nations as we have it today. They decided to separate from each other and create nations. Some of them created those nations based on religion. Some of them were Protestants, some were Catholics, and they decided to break based on that. Some based on ethnicity. Someone said I should spell it. Westphalia. You know what, since I mentioned it, maybe I should just read something about it. Give me a second. Because all this nonsense that people say things like it was Oyinbo that went to bring you together, you should have come yourself together before Oyinbo came. Who told you that you needed to be together? Give me a second. Let me just read a bit about it. But I would advise that you read on your own, but I'm going to just read it out here. Then somebody was playing one ridiculous music underground. Alakoba. Just one emotional thing. The Peace of Westphalia, 1648. All right. So there were several treaties. There was Treaty of Munster. There was Treaty of Osnabrück, and it was signed in the Westphalian region. So it brought an end to the 30 Years' War from 1613 to 1648. And this is some of the things in it. The Westphalian sovereignty, it established the concept of exclusive state sovereignty for the first time. This was in 1648, the 17th century. For the first time, a state's domestic affairs and legal jurisdiction were recognized as entirely independent, legally barring foreign powers from intervening in another nation's internal administration. This nation, Opolopo nation yoto, koto gala. When you hear nation in Europe, it's what you call tribe in Nigeria. Number 2, territorial integrity and equality. It advanced the principle of legal equality between sovereign states, regardless of their size, population, or military might, establishing fixed geopolitical borders. And the third one was religious settlement, which expanded the Peace of Augsburg, 1555 Peace of Augsburg formula. And that's what I was talking about, where they had to say, okay, if you're a Catholic, if you went to, even among the Protestants, you still had the Lutherans and the Calvinists. And so you decided, for instance, like if you go to Geneva, what you're going to have there is Calvinism. You find a Reformed church. You don't go there and be telling them that, you want to talk about Romans 1:17 of Martin Luther. You know exactly how they want to move their stuff. The point I'm trying to make is that Oyinbos in 1648 did this for themselves. Are you telling me you are retarded as a black person, that you have to be claiming we are brothers, we are brothers, we are brothers? What exactly do you want to gain from this brotherhood? It's because of what you lack. This idea of unity is not because you want Nigerian unity or you are patriotic. It's because you need unity. It was Majid Param that said it in 1960. It's still true. You need unity. Oyinbos decentralized themselves, then they grew. You want to force yourself together with people that don't know you, just so you can prove that. United for what? And why should I name my child an Igbo? What kind of rubbish is that? If I want to give my child a Zulu name, it's my business. The idea that, okay, because it's one white man, you're using Greg, you're not using Chinedu. Why should I use Chinedu? For what? See, if I have a Chinedu in my life and I want to use that name, it's a personal decision. You can't say, and why are you calling it? You cannot compare yourself with the British because they colonized. You didn't do anything. You were colonized, not just by the British, even by your own neighbors, including Igala. So what are you talking about? Say, oh, I should call you because we are. How? You know, there's a picture. You know, in politics now, having some of these Igbo names in Yoruba politics is detrimental, though. Because people can't trust you. Just retarded arguments. Oh, because you want to prove that you are. What makes us brothers? You know, one day we're going to sit down and think about this thing. When you think about the world wars, were they not all white? Were they not brothers? For the most part, it's intertribal war amongst European tribes. If you really want to think about what made it world war was that they had colonies and they dragged the colonies into their own wars. That's what made the world war. It wasn't like, you know, the world said, hold on, want to fight a war. All of us will now go and fight. It was intertribal European war. They down colony all of us inside. Say, since you're my colony, I have to use you in this war. So you had Nigerians getting involved in things that have nothing to do with us. But they were white and they were fighting each other. And they have done better than you that are shouting, you must unite. Listen, this idea that Africa was one place before the Oyimbos came is a lie. There was no Alkebulan. It's a joke. All this nonsense history of Pan-Africanism, we are all one, is a lie. And that's why we cannot make progress. Because how do you want to build on top of the foundation of lies? Like your foundation are lie, which you won't build on top of. You must have a saying. Ilé tá bá fi tọ́ mọ́, ìrì ló máa wó. Ilé tá bá fi tọ́ mọ́, ìrì ló máa wó. If you build a house with saliva, all you need to destroy that house is dew. Dew, now you go destroy the house where you take saliva build. That's a Yoruba proverb. Yoruba people are deep, shao. How did they think of that? Anyway, the point is, you can't build something on nothing. There is no African unity in the sense that we are one. Unity does not mean sameness, where we have to jettison who we are to create an idea that will now prove to everybody that we are one. Nobody does that in the world. No ethnicity in this world. As a matter of fact, the fact that you are thinking about it means you are still colonized. Asians don't think like that. Caucasians don't think like that. Now only Africans they think like that. Only Africans think like that. You cannot see a Chinese man that will tell you wants to be you talk about brotherliness with the Japanese because they have history. They're not joking. They know exactly where they are. They were colonized by the Japanese. You think they're going to just say, oh, okay, we are all brothers. Or you go and meet the South Korean or the Korean generally and say Japanese are brothers. They know their history. They were conquered by the Japanese and dealt with severely. Even if they forgive, that is what drives you to grow. Not to be begging for unity all over the place. We are together, we are together. Who cares? Japan is doing well today. South Korea is doing well today. China is doing well today. Everybody is doing well. Don't be one person just sit there inside one corner. They shout, say, let us unite. Unite for what? And if we unite with you on something now, after two statements, is it because every conversation is about victimhood? Why would I want to unite with that kind of person? Meanwhile, what's this unity about? It's just one abstract, ridiculous idea. What does it mean? Unite for what? On top of what? For waiting in particular? Like what? There's no idea that you're driving. There's no plan to work on. It's just something you as a Yoruba person especially, you feel that the person is making sense. In reality, you have to go back to the book that I read earlier by Majeparam. They need unity. If you're coming from a place where there are challenges, right, where you had to escape whatever scarcity you're back at home, move into another person's land, begin to demand stuff, and the person says no, then you say, let us unite. You now think that unity means that we are going to unite to build this place. No, it means we're going to unite to allow this person to do what he would not have been able to do where he's coming from based on the scarcity he left back at home. That's the point. That's not unity, that's stealing. When you are ready for unity, you won't have to say it. You would have a vision, you would have a plan, you have something for people to rally around. Not just an abstract idea of unity that means nothing. When you see a person who is always talking about unity without a vision, is a leech. The person is a parasite. It's a way to get in to take something from you. That's what it is. Because if it's about vision, you'll be talking about the vision. It's the vision that will produce the unity that will cause all of us to achieve it. That's how vision works. Not just be shouting unity. It's like when somebody just comes and say, let us love each other. Okay. When you say to a particular point, they start asking you, what exactly is your problem? Because you can't be coming every second and say, let us love each other. At a point, you begin to, if you love each other at home, would you be having conversations between Anambra and Ebonyi about who is who? And I'm not even talking about the Osuka system yet. So no, I'm not going to be, I don't even have any child I want to give an Igbo name to start with. But see, if I have a friend, let's say a person who has done something in my life, who is Igbo, and I want to name that child, I could do that. It's personal. You don't legislate that. You don't even make it. You're trying to engineer the society by saying you should be able to have Igbo name. Why should I be able? What exactly am I going to, what's my child going to gain from even having that name? Say if my kid, is in the UK, there are certain places it becomes easier for the child to navigate because of a particular name. So what's the advantage from your name? Rather. This is how they go all over the place, blackmailing people into the colonial master did this. I'm sorry, I really want to talk about the name, but what actually triggered me was that part where he said it took them to unite you. Africans, I'll say this again. See, Africa, if Africa, you are shouting about your nationality, your nation, or in terms of your nation does not even have an identity. Apart from coat of arms, anthem, flag, and what other thing, unity and faith, just love and justice. And I believe in those things. But those are official emblems. There's nothing emotional. There's no emotional attachment. There's no ancestral connection. And you don't have to force it. It's like asking the Scots to have emotional connection to the idea of being British. He is more connected with the Scottish identity. And it doesn't mean he hates being British. He's still British. Now, Africa, where they force you together, now they shout, say, we are brothers. On top of what? I'm even more brother. See, I have more brothers in Benin Republic than some of these ethnicities across Nigeria. That's the truth. I always knew theoretically. But when that event in Niger Republic happened, that was when I learned from the Hausa. I've never seen that kind of thing before. Something happened in Niger. The president was trying to do something to help. Of course, it was going to involve the army. The Hausas rose up in their numbers. They condemned it. I was like, what exactly? Are you not Nigerians? So I was like, oh, shoot. There's literally no borders between these people. You could take money, and I watched some documentaries. Your mother could give you money and say, go to Nigeria and go and buy salt. You're in Niger Republic. You cross the almost non-existent border, you buy the salt and cross back. As far as the Hausa man is concerned, Bola Tinubu was trying to hurt his brother. Nigeria has not affected his own ethnic sensibilities. He understands who his I'm still his brother. Oh, I like to think so, but I'm not like his brother. He knows who his brother. I was like, these guys are smart. They are very, very smart. I'm not saying it's not like you should now hate Nigerians, but when you're using the word brotherhood, that's what it means. There's an ancestral connection. There's emotional. They feel like you are touching them. It's like when you say something about Yoruba people in Benin Republic. I care about all human beings. All of us, we care about every human being, Abi. We're all human. So you care about all human beings. But you care about your family more. And if you don't say yes, you are not a thinking person. Maybe you are insane. You have to care, especially if you're a parent. You care about your family more than outsiders. Doesn't mean you don't care about outsiders, but you care about your home. If you don't, you're not sane. It's just a fact. It's the same way. The Hausa man in Nigeria cares more for his Hausa brother in Niger Republic than he cares for me. And guess what? I understand. You know how many centuries it took them to create their identity? How old is Nigeria? Why should I be demanding that from him? When it comes to Nigerian problem, when it comes to Nigerian matters, hopefully we're going to evolve to the point where we're like, okay, Nigeria first. But in reality, and here's the last thing I'm going to say before I go to the next video. The people who always shout Nigeria first, they are the ethnic, most of them are they are the worst ethnic jingoists that I have found. It's actually about them. And one of the latest examples we have, of course, is a video we played last week of Kenneth Okonkwo shouting at the top of his lungs for Igbo presidency. All this what they've been talking about, competence, nah lie. Was about Igbo presidency. Do I hate the idea? Absolutely not. I think it's a good idea. But you see, don't confuse. I've always known, but you're confusing the young Yoruba people, and you're doing it intentionally. You want an Igbo president. That's it. And it's okay. But don't be going like this. That's why you will not get what you want, because you are not straight. His competence, production to consumption. Consumption to production. Somebody where they import whenever I produce anything has no factory, but consumption to production. Okay. What you wanted, which you have not eventually told us, is Igbo presidency. Now that we know, we think about it. All right. When I say we think about it, to be honest, they better play the game well. I think we should begin to go closer to the topic, but I want to play you something from Peter Obi on this matter. I had a video from, let me see if I can find it quickly. Okay, I know where it is. From Kenneth Okonkwo. While I'm looking for it, Mr. Remy says, that's why it hurts me so much when I have to show a Fulani or Igbo person my passports to enter Yoruba land. I know where you're coming from. Mr. Remy, but I get your point. It must be restructured. I know this clamor for unity, we have to calm down a bit. It's not about unity. Unity without vision. The person who is espousing the ideals or the so-called ideal most likely is trying to use it as an advantage to get into other people's spaces. He doesn't really care about them, by the way. Just words that mean nothing. All right. I don't know what happened to the video. I think it ran away. Okay, take a listen to this, please.
Look at Sheyi Makinde. He has declared. There's one Adewole again.
Yeah, well,
has declared
that
SDP.
It's always been SDP.
From the southwest.
Yeah.
Did you see anybody from the south molesting them? But if you say you want to contest in Igbo land, in another party, you will see some of these obese street urchins are embarrassing the person, abusing the person. Hey, you're a sellout. Hey, you're a betrayer. Hey, no, Igbo people do not do like that. And I look at
Igbo people do not do like that, but they're literally doing that. Anyway, I'm glad that people are discovering, that people can have their options. The other video I want to play maybe some other time where he talked about how he wanted Igbo presidency and, Yoruba people had done something like that in the past, which is a lie, by the way. That Yoruba people had demanded presidency in 1999 and that only Yoruba people were fielded as candidates of all political parties in Nigeria because Yoruba people demanded that. That did not actually happen. I think we had a session on that earlier. So if you want to go deeper, there's a video we did on Igbo presidency. Kenneth Okonkwo exposes Peter Obi. It's on our YouTube channel, Busuyori. So please check it out. But I think I can play something very quickly, and then we'll probably move on from there. Take a listen to this.
That is an abomination in Igbo land. Why is this diatribe against Peter Obi so pure nothing? That is an abomination in Igbo land. Why is this diatribe against Peter Obi so strong in you? What did Peter Obi do? Is there a personal difference you have with him? Did he offend you? Thank you for this question. I am to preside over me as president in Nigeria must be interrogated. I've not even said anything against Peter Obi compared to what I said against the other presidential candidate in 2023. Let me tell you, I have no personal grudge against anybody in my life. I am a man in search of the soul of Nigeria. I am going to get it in my lifetime. A good president will restore this country, will restore the Igbo people, the marginalization of Igbo people will go. And any human being from Igbo land that wants to destroy the destiny of Igbo because of your selfishness, I will come after you and make sure that you don't block Igbo from getting what they should get. Let me also take you to 1999. In 1999, the people of the Southwest, they said it is their turn because of what happened with MKO Abiola. And you know what? They gave it as a condition that all the political parties must present somebody from the Southwest. Let me ask, if there are no Southwest people in all the political parties, would they be able to achieve that? Olufalaye and Olusegun Obasanjo eventually emerged as the presidential candidate of all the parties that were available. Now, if you come to Igbo land and you're saying it's one person or nothing, so whatever happens to that one person, Ndi Igbo will be wiped out for that particular election cycle. In 1999, only Yoruba people contested for the presidency. I am looking forward to a time where only Ndi Igbo will contest for the presidency of Nigeria. It has happened before. We are the only people in the South that has not produced the president. They must allow us to produce the president. Let me challenge the APC. If the APC today zones this ticket to Southeast, because when they talk about zoning, it is a way to deny Ndi Igbo of what is their own turn. If APC zones this ticket to Southeast, just like Atiku Abubakar said in 2023, Atiku Abubakar said, if you zone this ticket to Southeast PDP, I will not contest. If APC zones it to Southeast, I will tell ADC to zone it immediately to Southeast. And if they don't, I'll campaign for APC. Take my word for it.
So you are basically an ethnic-oriented person.
Thank you for that question.
You just wanted your man from your clan,
yes,
an Igbo man to be president. That's your grouse.
Thank you very much for that question. Because if you vote for Tinubu again in 2023, the Southwest will have it for 16 years. And they've had vice president for 8 years. And Ndi Igbo has not had it at all. No vice president, no president. It has nothing to do with ethnicity. It has something to do with justice. And I am telling you that the only reason I'm saying there should be alignment is exactly what Tinubu did. Tinubu did not recognize that Jonathan has not done 8 years. He aligned with the North and defeated Jonathan so that he could create the avenue for him to come back and become president. That is what I am doing. I am going to make all the necessary alignment to make sure that somebody from the Southeast becomes president or vice in 2027 and become president thereafter. It has nothing to do with ethnicity. I fought for Yaradua. When Yaradua died, I wrote an article why Jonathan should not run in 2011. for the North to complete their 8 years. Nobody.
Okay,
published in Sun, it was published in Lawmaker.
That same Jonathan,
Jonathan came in,
Goodluck
I said
Jonathan.
Jonathan should be allowed to finish his 8 years so that you don't correct a mistake with another mistake. They did not listen to me. They cut off Goodluck Jonathan's time. And now Tinubu is coming, and you're telling me 8-year arrangement is unacceptable to me.
Who cares about what's acceptable to you? Oh boy. I mean, we've had a conversation about this video. Most of what he said is actually false. The Yoruba people did not demand that Nigeria give them presidency. That did not happen. Okay. And what it did is what propagandists do. They make things black and white. They simplify it to the point where everything looks like either this or this. All the nuances are removed so they can drive an agenda. So, or a narrative. So when you say things like there was Olusegun Obasanjo and Olufalaye, and they were both Yoruba, the question we should ask you is that how did Olusegun Obasanjo, how did he emerge? How did Olufalaye emerge? In the emergence and in that process, you now see what really happened. And what really happened was that Olusegun Obasanjo was not a consensus candidate. He wasn't. They had the presidential primary election in February of 1999 in Jos. And he was not the only one. Alex Ekweme was one of the people on the ticket. Jimmy Wobodo was there. Graham Douglas was there. Etiebet was there. Philip Asiodu was there. Different people were there trying to become president. The only reason Olusegun Obasanjo got that ticket was because he won the primaries. He had 1,658 votes and Ekweme had 512. That's the reason he became the representative. All this issue, I will say it. Okay, all this, see what they did to us. Your Bible said this thing because of King Kong. What he's trying to say, his premise is that there should be more Igbo people, gunning for the post than just one. And it makes sense, to be honest. So when he calls those people street urchins, I don't know why he did that. He called them obese street urchins. Not very cool. But that idea that you should have more people, I think it's fair. But to now use lies to just build on top of lies to get where you're going, it's not going to happen. Okay. And here's the thing, I want to just an advice. If you say your people have had, right now, your people have had 11 years, will be 12 years next year of presidency since 1999, and 8 years of vice presidency. Is there something they are doing that you're not doing? Because noise will not give you what strategy gave them or gave us. This noise, they've not become, we are the only, is a lie. The idea that you are the only ones that have not become president is a lie. There are many ethnicities in Nigeria. The Efiks, the Anangs, the BBO, they've not become president. The Ishekiri have not, Ikwere have not become president. Ishekiri is Yoruba, but even they have not become president. But I don't want to do subgroups. But we've not had any president from that side. Okay, there's no president that's from Tiv or Igala or Idoma. So all this noise doesn't make any difference. But I just put that video to tell you that everything is been saying about competence at the end of the day is actually about Igbo presidency. And it's okay. That's what you want. But don't just tell us exactly where you're going rather than doing like this. And I remember I did not finish my statement on Westphalia, and I want to quickly say it. So when it comes to Westphalia, if those people were able to sit down and decide how they want to govern themselves and create spaces and sovereign states, there's nothing stopping Africans and Nigerians from understanding what separate spaces, right? As a matter of fact, sovereignty, what it should look like. You really think about it, there should not be 54 nations in Africa or countries. How many countries are in Europe? How big is Europe? And I said it yesterday, was true. It's true that Nigeria has more ethnicities. Nigeria, not Africa. Nigeria has more ethnicities than the continent of Europe. So why are you acting as if you're one village? We are one, we are one, we are one. You have more ethnicities in one country than the entire continent of Europe. Regardless of how you see it. If you look at it from the perspective of the 1960s, from 40s to 60s will be about 58 ethnicities. If you look at it based on what Nigeria is saying right now, it's about 360 something ethnicities. But regardless of, the entire Europe doesn't have up to that. So if as a country you have more ethnicities than a continent, why are you thinking like a village, shouting we are one? We are not one. And it is not a problem. It doesn't even mean disunity. It just means understanding identity. I am Yoruba, I'm different from you. And I'll say this before we move on to other things. This same conversation happened between the Sardauna, Ahmadu Bello, and Nnamdi Azikiwe. Like I said, it's a cultural thing. Azikiwe said, let us forget our differences. The Sardauna said, no, let us understand our differences. I'm a Muslim, I'm from the north, you're a Christian, you're from the east, you're from the south. It's important to actually understand where you're coming from. We are not the same. The difference is not a problem unless you're a thief who is trying to use unity as leverage to gain entrance into other people's spaces, to take words not yours. If not, if you are if you're a person who is not, there's a word like ojukokoro. If you have ojukokoro, if you have contentment, you'll be happy knowing that you are who you are and I'm who I am, and we are not the same. And we don't have to be the same to work together. After all, Germany and France are not the same, but see them in the EU. All right. Talking about people wanting their own ethnic agenda and supporting ethnic agenda, we are going to listen to Peter Obi now. And then from here, we'll get into the security issue. We're going to our topic in a bit. Take a listen to the one that Kenneth Okonkwo was talking about just now. Take a listen, please. Sorry, before I go there, someone says we are not one. Kemi Badenoch said the same, and people didn't understand where she's coming from. I don't understand why people are so daft. And you know the funny thing, some of us travel abroad, we just be asking, we are united. What's this thing about? Is there something you're going to, is there something grand with all this, we are united, we're united? And at the end of the day, it's the Yoruba person who is actually losing. They'll take unity, enter your place, can't do politics. The unity they don't have back at home, among their own ethnicity, forget Nigeria for a second, in their own ethnicity, they don't have that unity. They'll be asking you that you must unite. You now say, you know how to prove, which is ridiculous, not to prove that you're united with them, let them have political offices. And once they have those political offices, what do? They begin to empower their own people from their villages, which is what we saw with Oshodi Solo. 24 out of 29 opportunities went to Igbos in Yoruba land. So much for unity. Here's Peter Obi, please take a listen.
Would you condemn ESN now for all the attacks we've seen?
No. I think I'm going ahead of myself. We have to listen to something before this. So let's get to the topic. And after this topic, I'll bring some people up, and then we'll now go to the second topic. So today we're discussing Southwest security and Yakubu Gowon's book. And I said earlier that we have the newly released book, the book that General Gowon launched last week, My Life of Duty and Allegiance. We're going to be reading portions of it much later today. You can get this book on Redomi Books. If you go to Redomi Books on Telegram, you can order, and the book will be delivered to you wherever you are in the world. All right? Redomi is spelled R-E-D-O-M-I. Redomi Global. Sorry, Redomi Books. Global is where we have free. Redomi Global is where we have free materials. But if you want to buy books, that's Redomi Books. So we'll talk about this in a bit. But first, let's do security. But again, sorry, before we do security, I just remember something. The federal government has approved certification and compliance processes for 5 proposed deep sea port projects to reclaim the over 70% of Nigerian-bound cargo transported to other African nations. So Lagos State will now have Badagry deep sea port, Ondo State Olokola deep sea port, Akwa Ibom State Ibom deep sea port, Cross River State Bakassi deep sea port, and River State will have Boni deep sea port. That's actually quite very good news. But there's one thing I should read before we go to the topic. Just one more stuff. It's about the news coming from Dangote and his plans to start working on the port in Ogun State. Give me a second. I'll just find that very quickly. Somebody says we want seaport. I think the issue with this seaport thing is, first of all, you need sea. To be honest, I don't know why people are so passionate about seaport. Because you don't have sea. Meanwhile, you can live without a seaport though. And it's not as if you're even building anything you want to export. Your life is dependent on importation. Not like you have something you want to even export that you are really passionate about within the port. What do you want to use the port for? Number one. Number two, nature has not blessed you with a port, with the sea. So with the sea, just leave it alone, okay? You have a river, your government can create river ports, right? And nobody is dredging any river again because that thing is a waste of money. Nigeria always tries to prove unity instead of using sense. Why should you be dredging when you have other spaces that are close by? I mean, that are very close to the ocean. Why should you not be going inside to be dredging? Why not just do the port? Whoever wants to create inland dry port, you create it. Can your governor not create that one? And yes, there's a river port in Onitsha, I know, but even that one, what they are saying basically is that the ship should berth. The ship cannot berth there. This Nigeria, it is well low. Everybody who doesn't need Switzerland has no ports. The most important thing that people need is actually here. It's not about this port. Head. West Nigeria did not have ports when we did all that. We did with when Awolowo did all they did between 52 and 59. Nigeria had ports, but it wasn't Western region property like that. Although there was a time when we were part of the administration of the port, but the money was not something that just came to Western region. It was shared amongst all the regions. So I don't understand all this cry about ports. But anyway, it's good to have ports. It's very good to have ports. But if you don't have ports, don't cry about it. You can create your own stuff. You can join that port. You can, see what the Southwest Development Commission is doing right now. They are creating, they're going to start the rail service in, the region, within the region. There's nothing stopping folks in other regions to do that. Don't be shouting, "Oh, federal government." You can use the rail that you have, connect it to the port in Port Harcourt, or maybe the one they're building in Bonny, and find a way to get things in. It's not everything. It's not federal government that will do everything now. Are people governors not working? Everybody will be all right. Oyo State is building their own inland dry port. Why can't other states do that? Partner with the federal government. Anyway, Dangote, this is from Nairametrics. Dangote begins plans for 10,000 hectare deep sea port in Ogun State. Dangote Industries Limited has commenced preliminary processes for the development of a 10,000 hectare deep sea port at the Olokola Free Trade Zone in Ogun State as part of its broader expansion into maritime infrastructure, logistics, and export-driven industrialization. I said it. If you are exporting something and shouting seaport, I'll even see that you are making sense. The fact that you're always importing yourself, it is well. The company disclosed in a statement that the multi-billion-dollar project forms a key part of its Vision 2030 strategy aimed at positioning the group as a globally recognized industrial and manufacturing powerhouse. The proposed seaport, located in Ogun Waterside local government area and extending toward the larger local government area of Ondo State along the Atlantic coastline, is expected to serve as a major logistics hub for exports, imports, and regional trade. A delegation from Dangote Industries Limited, led by Managing Director of Infrastructure and Logistics Captain Jamil Abubakar, visited host communities in Ogun and Ondo states to begin stakeholder engagement ahead of project execution. The Olokola Port project is a major step in opening up Nigeria's economic potential, strengthening trade, reducing pressure on existing ports, and supporting industrial growth. It will create real opportunities for host communities through jobs, business activities, and long-term development across both Ogun and Ondo states, Abubakar said. With its strategic location, Olokola would serve as a key gateway for exports and imports, boosting Nigeria's competitiveness in regional and global trade. This project reflects our commitment to building infrastructure that benefits both the people and the economy at large. So that's that about what Dangote is doing in Ogun, but of course, link more on parts colony Ondo State. And by the way, this is different from the port that Ondo State wants to build, just to be clear. Although part of this will also get to Ondo State because, of course, the extent of the plan. But it's different from the deep sea port project that Ondo State embarked on with Swiss Consortium. And we hope to see that actually, coming up. We've not heard so much from Ondo State in a bit. We hope they get on with the work as soon as possible. But that's good news. It's also been nice to have other ports apart from Papa. Of course, we have Lekki and Badagry has been commissioned now. Not commissioned, has been greenlit. So the project is going to get started very soon. Of course, we also have Ondo State, Olokola Deep Sea Port, Akwa Ibom State, Ibom Deep Sea Port, Bakassi Deep Sea Port in Cross River State, and Bonny Deep Sea Port in River State. So that we can have ports everywhere. That's beautiful. Now to the topic. We're going to start with Southwest security. So we had a conversation last week about what's been happening with folks being kidnapped, abducted, children in kidnappers' den. Very sad, just terrible. And so that has raised that has led to conversations about security. Chief Sunday will talk about his Ijeku security network.
Bàbá mi, màmá mi, brọ́dà mi, tí mo jù lọ, mo kí ẹ kú ojúmọ́. Mo ń fi àsìkò yìí fi ń sọ fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri àgbáyé pé security tí mo dálẹ̀ irú ẹkùn security network ní orúkọ tí mo sọ tí mo dẹ̀ register tí mo dẹ̀ ti gbé síwájú president wọ́n dẹ̀ ti gbà wọlé. So mo wá ń fi àsìkò yìí rọ gbogbo ẹ̀rọ ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ akíkanjú ẹ jù mí lọ àtẹ̀tẹ̀ náà jù lọ tàbí ẹjọ́ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀. So mo fẹ́ kẹ́jẹ́ kájọ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ kájọ bọ́ síta láti flush gbogbo ní òrìṣàfò wa because àgbọ̀dọ̀ fààyè gba àwọn pípù yìí wọ́n gbalẹ̀ wa. Géèmù náà lè fẹ́ gba òṣèlú nìyẹn bọ́n ṣe ṣe láyé ìjọba Jonathan nìyẹn tí wọ́n lọ káwọn Boko Haram wá pé kọ́ wọn díẹ̀ pé kọ́ wọn da ìjọba láàmú. Wọ́n tó fẹ́ ṣe ni pé wọ́n fẹ́ da ìjọba bàbá Tinubu láàmú láti pé kọ́ wọn sọ pé ẹni pé gbogbo ògbóró wa òkè ilẹ̀ Yorùbá gan fararọ́ àwa la Yorùbá là ní gbà torí bàbá tí ń ṣèjọba Yorùbá ni o àwọn bàbá wa dẹ̀ ní ọmọ ẹni ní ti di bẹ̀rẹ̀ káfílẹ̀ kẹ̀sí di ọmọ ẹni ní. So ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ká fàyè gba àwọn criminal olóṣèlú tó ń kó àwọn terrorist sí abẹ́ torí terrorist lẹ́ni tí máa ń pààyàn tí ń jiyàn pé terrorist ni ṣètò understand ó lè mọ̀ jẹ́ Fúlàní nìkan gan. So ti anybody tá a bá ti bá nínú reserve wa criminal ni wọ́n tó bá mọ̀ kọ́ fẹ́ gbé ọmọ Nàìjíríà jọ gbogbo wa tó bá fẹ́ gbé nínú òlu wa mọ̀ bọ̀ ń gbòòrò kọ́ wa mọ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ kí gbogbo ayé rí ẹ kọ́ mọ̀lẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ mọ̀nà ẹ ò ní lọ jókòó sínú rìsáàfù tiwa nílẹ̀ wa kẹ́ wá mọ pa wá kẹ́ mọ jí wa gbé àwọn olóṣèlú kan náà ń bẹ lábẹ́ ẹsẹ̀ yẹn àwọn olóṣèlú kan náà ń bẹ ń bẹ so mo rọ gbogbo yẹn brọ́dà mi ẹ má jẹ́ ká fàyè gba àwọn olóṣèlú yìí kan balẹ̀ wa jẹ́ kò sí kò sí gìrì kan wọ́n ní kíní kan bẹ nígbó tí ń dún màrú kò sí nǹkan kan tí ń dún màrú nígbó ìbẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run ni eléyìí tẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí kì í sọ̀rọ̀ ọjà ẹ̀sìn Christian lèmi náà kódà second wife mi lọ Mẹ́kà mùsùlùmí ni mo ń kírun nulẹ̀ mi ń bínú torí pé èmi gangan lọ church lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan ti bára yìí àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rẹ̀ làwọn tó bí mi so kí la wá fẹ́ mo bára wa jà fún kí sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn sẹ́gbẹ̀ kan ẹ jẹ́ ká fèsì àwọn terrorists tó ń pa àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń jí àwọn ọmọ wa ẹwà àwọn ọmọdé ọ̀la wa so ìyẹn ni kẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká fọwọ́ sọ ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé ẹ̀sìn ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn sẹ́gbẹ̀ kan kálukú ní ṣe tiẹ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá kẹ́nà jọ gbogbo wa ẹ dákun mọ́ fọlọ́ọ̀bẹ̀ wa so irú ẹkùn security network ni mo dá sílẹ̀ mi lè gbogbo fọ́ọ̀mù lọ́wọ́ anybody ìwọ́n tó bá fẹ́ join voluntarily ni kò ní nǹkan ṣẹ́wó fẹ́ni kankan so a dẹ̀ máa fi phone number àwọn coordinator state kọ̀ọ̀kan sílẹ̀ tẹ́ pé wọ́n connect ẹ̀ mọ́ coordinator local government yẹ tó lọ join ìwọ́n tó bá wù ní o voluntarily ni o kì í ṣe by force o so tá a bá dẹ̀ ti ń ba lọ ìjọba máa support wa wọ́n ní tọ́mọ bá sí apá òbí àgbè àwa la ní nǹkan wa ọmọ onílù nífẹ̀ẹ́ òtún là wa ẹjẹ́ àjọ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ẹ má jẹ́ ká mọ dúró ní bóyá nǹkan ẹjẹ́ àjọ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ kájọ jáde tán láti flush gbogbo nu reserve wa pátápátá anybody tá a bá ti bá nu reserve wa criminal yẹn kí ló ń wá nu reserve wa òṣèlú náà ń lo àwọn tí lè ń bẹ́ nu sẹ́yìn tó ń bẹ́ ń di òṣèlú yẹn wọ́n fẹ́ fi bàjọba bàbá Tinubu jẹ́ lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lè bàjọba bàbá yẹn jẹ́ yóò ṣe second time torí pé ńgbà táwọn kan ti sì tí wọ́n tán ṣe second time kọ̀tẹ́ tó mú wọn wá lè gbé àwọn terrorist yìí tẹ̀ fi ń bà lójẹ́ káàkiri kẹgbẹ́ wá sílẹ̀ Yorùbá lọ́dọ̀ tí wọ́n bí nígbà tó mọ̀ rọ̀ wá ẹ̀dá kan jáde fọ́sowọ́pọ̀ irú ẹkùn security network ni orúkọ security tí mo dá sílẹ̀ tí mo dẹ̀ ti gbé fún president tó lẹ̀ ti tẹ́wọ́ gbà so now ìdẹ̀gbó fọ́ọ̀mù lọ́wọ́ anybody kò sí fẹ́ni kankan sanwó fọ́ọ̀mù wọ́n tó bá fẹ́ join voluntarily ni àdẹ̀jọ́ sí ni nígbà tó bá fi tó a month ẹ̀rí pé gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá free tí ò ní sí nǹkan kan mọ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run èmi gẹ́gẹ́ ni màá dẹ̀ lead fúnra mi yẹn sì mo fẹ́ ràn yẹn lọ èmi ẹ̀rí bí mo ṣe ń lọ tí gbogbo ayé ò rí bí mo ṣe ń lọ bí mo ṣe ń ṣe kò sáwò kankan bẹ̀ so ti yẹn sábà wọnú gbó àlèmọ́ sí ara ẹ̀sẹ̀ fídíò tó rójogun là ń lọ bọ̀ ní gbòòrò nígbà tá a bá ń lọ gbogbo owó rí wa àdẹ̀mọ́ ṣe ní state by state ni from Ọ̀yọ́ state to Ogun state to Lagos torí wọ́n ti wà wọ́n àwọn kan náà àwọn olóṣèlú kan tó káwọn kan jọ ń jáde korodu tó ní kọ́ mọ̀ síbẹ̀ àmú gbogbo wọn àdẹ̀mọ́ àwọn tá a bá mú tá a bá rí pé ó ṣe kíní àwọn fáwọn oníjọba lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run níjọba ìjọ fún wa ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ o ìjà sọ fọ́ sọ́kọ̀ kájọ sí o dúpẹ́.
All right, that was Oloye Sunday Igbo talking about Irekun, and it's quite nice kind of things that we're seeing now. And I'd like to play you a video of people, folks working, with him, and what they're saying while in the field. Please take a listen to this.
Security alert koko lonely. Inú Kolawa yìí o. Operation wọ́n tẹ̀síwájú. Ìjẹ́kọ̀ security alert kò kí ṣeré. Tẹ̀tìrì inú forest láwa yìí. Tẹ̀tìrì kò kí ṣeré ìjà ẹkùn. So ó confirm inú Kolawa yìí. Tẹ̀tìrì inú forest láwa yìí. Tó bá dààmú. So kò kí sọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu inú forest láwa yìí. So rí bí eléyìí. Sorry, a sọ pé àwọn òdúró kò kí ṣe scam lè jẹ́ kò security alert o. So operation jẹ́ kò security alert nílò. Sorry, inú forest làwọn ayọ̀ kò dúró síbẹ̀ kò ní scam ni. So ti yí ọ kò ní ààyè kò kí ṣe scam o. Ìjọ ẹ̀kọ́ security alert kókó ló ń lè. On our way to operation. So a sọ fún mi pé ìjẹ́kọ̀ security alert kò dúró rárá. Operation wa wọ́n tẹ̀síwájú. Ìjẹ́kọ̀ security alert wọ́n ṣe iṣẹ́ ìwọ náà dìde lénìí kó darapọ̀ mọ́ ìjẹ́kọ̀ security alert láti lè defend àdúgbò community àti ẹbí àti ará rẹ̀. Ìjọ ẹ̀kọ́ security alert kókó ló ń lè.
So those are folks out there. Apparently they've started working and they're now in the the forests, trying to secure the place, and to also flush out folks who are not supposed to be in our forests. I think it's important for people to support this initiative. Now, I've noticed that some people are criticizing the entire thing. Let me start with the Yoruba, who say things like, "Oh, they shouldn't arm him because it could, go off at some point." And I think I understand where they're coming from, right? The apprehension is justified. However, we have to understand, we have to properly position this particular conversation. This is not another ESN, like some people are saying. This is something similar to Tantita that Tompolo is running in Niger Delta. What he's trying to do is similar to Tantita, not to ESN. This is a body that is registered with the government, has government oversight. The security agencies in Nigeria is not a non-state actor who is just running helter-skelter, doing whatever they like, right, without government supervision. The idea basically is that you have these people having to work with the government, not folks who are working, outside government jurisdiction like ESN. So a lot of people have been saying it's not going to look like ESN, and I'll answer the other guys later, the other Igbo, but for the Yoruba people who have this apprehension, that I don't want to call it fear, but that concern is actually legitimate, because you want to be very careful that it is not going to just become another group that they now are armed and they can now terrorize people. The idea basically is something similar to what Tompolo is doing, where he has security agents, but he's also answerable to the government. ESN was not answerable to anybody, not the state government in the southeast, not the federal government. They were power to themselves. They were authority to themselves, right? They answer to no one. These ones have to register with the government. They are not just running rampage. I think it's important to set that record straight. And I say that because you have certain people who are now going out to say things like, if Yoruba people is if the federal government is allowing this, how come they were against, what's it called, Nnamdi Kanu, which of course makes no sense because the comparison, it's false equivalent. There's nothing Kojora. But I want to read something to you from some of the things they said, and then I will respond. Give me a second, please. Let me find this very quickly. So someone says, why is it wrong for Kanu? This person is called Franklin. They say, why is it wrong for Kanu to use ESN in the East for the same purpose? Are the Igbos different? That victim thing, there's nothing you can do about it unless the person who is the victim wants to change. This has nothing, is not comparable to what's happening in the East. What's happening in the East is a group, that is not recognized by the government. What Sonic Boy is doing has government backing because it's registered as a security outfit. All right. So Mr. Larry Olayenka put out a post. It says it is right for civilian JTF to be used to fight terrorism in the north, but to you it is wrong for Sonic Boy or anyone to raise men to rid our forests in the southwest of terrorists. Your head is sure not correct. Oreokwe. What he's saying basically is that if you have civilian JTF in the north, so like I said, Tantita in the south, in the south, or civilian JTF in the north, who are working with the Nigerian army, working with the government. So the idea basically is not to have a group, to come a headless group that just be carrying gun and shooting everybody and terrorizing people. It's a people that is subject to government supervision. And so some folks from the south is, of course, many. Do I want to stay on this? Because you read some of these comments, it's as if you're losing brain cells. Of course, a lot of stuff from the southeast. Like someone says, this person is called anti-Tinubu or anti-Tinubu, but it is terrorism for Nnamdi Kanu to raise ESN to guard Igbo forest, right? See, how do you help people like this who are actually speaking up for Kanu? Meanwhile, they were crying when the people were being terrorized by the same ESN. So normally you have all this thing of Nnamdi Kanu was not protecting the forest. And he also wasn't doing anything, was doing based on government approval. He was just doing what he wanted to do, as though it was a government. It was the government. Another person, Brendan Champion, he says, again, I ask, what is the difference between what Sunday is doing and what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Both have militias. Again, it's very depressing reading some of this Igbo comments. It's always, but all you disgusting hypocrites brought out your daggers of words to attack MNK when he formed the SN. One thing I found about you, Yoruba, is that you hate and criticize what you don't have, not because it is bad, but because you don't have it. This is from Osino, who is actually Osinwenyo. Toriot is Sinwi. This is, again, for the Upton's time, is different. But you see, just like you notice, everybody is making look as if the Lord and Savior, Nnamdi Kanu, did nothing wrong and is being persecuted. And they're trying to, for some reason, draw a parallel between what he did and what Sunday Go is about, which doesn't make sense. But guess what? They're not the first persons to do that. Here is Peter Obi saying something quite similar when it was asked if the people terrorizing his folks in the Southeast were terrorists or not. Take a listen to this.
So would you
On
condemn ESN now for all the attacks we've
No,
seen?
I cannot
the
condemn because I'm not
and the
sure
deaths?
who is doing what. You can't just come and be condemning people until somebody says, hey, wait a minute, how can I go? Every day, let me tell you, people say all sorts of things. You can only condemn people when there's a process which have said, oh, this person has done this.
So you don't believe Nigerian security services when INEC offices are attacked, when people have been killed? The late Dora Akunyili lost her husband, and they say it is ESN. You don't believe it?
Let me tell you, I personally, single-handedly, left Lagos without any single security, took first flight to Owerri, drove to Ogidi police station to retrieve the body of Ika Akunyele. Nobody did. I single-handedly, when I heard it, and everybody knows, I was the last person to visit Dora Akunyele, a hospital in India, before she died. I'm very close to Dora and the family. Everybody knows. So I can tell you what happened to Chika Akunyele. Nobody can say, is this person or that person? Chika Akunyele was just trying to drive back to Enugu, ran into people who were robbing and doing all sorts of things. A lot of things which nobody can explain. Even where he was trying to say, no, stop this, no, stop that, of course he was shocked. But you see, whenever things like that happen, people speculate all sorts of things and everything. Nigeria is where people just make up.
Because there is a research that has shown a direct correlation between the announcement of the formation.
There's no research.
Let me there is research.
There
is research that has shown a correlation between the announcement of the formation of ESN, some of the utterances of Nnamdi Kanu about take their guns, shoot their guns, and the spike in violence. People are saying, if a witch is crying at night and you wake up in the morning, a baby has died.
He said everything but utter a word of condemnation for ESN. There's another video where he said, I'm going to put up this video, maybe when I'm put out this video, I'm going to add that clip where he said that they're his brothers. So is it surprising, therefore, to hear young people say, oh, ESN is close to what Sunday Go is trying to do? That's Peter Obi, and let me just say that was disappointing, but I'm not surprised. Another group called Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, URIWA, rejects moves by Sunday Go to seek official approval for the operation of the Irreconcilable Security Network. The group described the Go's move as unlawful, unnecessary, and capable of legitimizing a parallel security structure, which it warned could further threaten Nigeria's security and stability. You know, you read this and you're like, okay, maybe the person saying this actually knows what they're talking about. But in reality, not really. It turns out that this same Huriwa, they actually, actually dedicated to conversations that have to do with Igbo people. For instance, our people on YouTube can see very well, right? 21st March 2024, this same Huriwa, they put out a statement, says Kanu's trial. This is from The Guardian on 21st March 2024. They say here, Kanu's trial, Huriwa forced removal of Ozekome Ejiofor from legal team. In the Whistler, December 9, 2024, Huriwa urges Tinubu to free Nnamdi Kanu for peace to reign. So this is a group that is okay with whatever, their man, what's his name now? Sorry, I'm a bit distracted because I'm looking at the other device. I hope YouTube is fine because I think I see some things there. So here's the thing. This Huriwa that is talking about Sunday Igboho is the one also championing the cause of Nnamdi Kanu. So here's the question. You are Igbo. You hear that something is happening in Yoruba land. You have no way to help Yoruba people. You hear that Yoruba people want to help themselves. And they are doing it in a legal way. So this is not that they are trying to do something illegal. They are doing something in a legal way. They're trying to actually combat this issue. In your own mind, the best you can do is to then find a way to discredit that move, even though you have nothing else to bring to the table and it is not your region. How do you prove that you're not insane? That's the question. How do you prove that you're not insane? Because a group that champions ESN and IPOB and so on and so forth, how is that group getting involved in Yoruba matters? There's a problem somewhere. And hopefully people actually heal and get better. At this point, I'm going to take a break. We're going to listen to some responses. Then we'll go to the other topic where we're going to read the book by General Yakubu Gowon, My Life of Duty and Allegiance. But first, I'm going to bring some people up. Please keep it short. We're going to, as soon as you come up, please mute. Okay, so if you've sent requests, just know that I'm going to bring you up now. As soon as you get up, please mute, and then we'll have you share your thoughts in a bit. Thank you very much. Please don't forget to mute. Please mute. If you're on YouTube, I'm going to just pause for a second. If you sent requests, please mute. I'm going to have to drop you, please. Like, it will be easier to drop you than to mute you. Thank you for understanding. If you sent requests, just know that I'm going to... All right, let's start with, so folks on YouTube, I think there's a little issue with you guys with the device. So I'm going to just pause you for like a second and it's not going to go off. Don't worry, Ombo, just a second. So Abolade, please let's have you first while we sort this out. Hello, Carson there. Carson. Can you, okay, I could share. I want to just hear you. Like this. I know you talk about it. It's the correct thing. For example, sorry, I'm Muslim here. No, man, I see it a lot on Twitter. Is the Islamic people. You know, I know you don't say that, but I think it's important. Which I just want to say this because how about define problem wa
There's a place I'm going to connect it to eventually. How about define problems properly? I'll expect láti rí solution pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Nítorí pé láàrin wa, a ní Muslims láàrin wa. Àwa sọ pé àwa Muslim yẹn ni. Ṣé nígbà tí when we now need to fight this insecurity and now we need to chase away these invaders, do you expect the Muslims that you have defined as part of your problem, do you expect them to join you in that fight? If you have defined them as a problem, you have defined them as an enemy, don't you expect them to fight against you? Now, and I'll connect that to what may have happened in Ilori. I don't know what happened in Ilori in the past, but this may have been the same issue.
No. Hold on. When it comes to history, we should not say this may have happened, especially when we are not sure if that's what happened. Because what happened is actually documented.
You are correct.
And it's not the same thing.
You are correct. Okay, so...
By the way, you're a Muslim apparently, so Baraka de Salah,
yes. Oh, sorry, Moshe mistake that because I wanted to make it very short. So that's...
No, you have not responded though. Is it because you don't want to send... Hold on. You don't want to send... you don't want to send meat.
There is no way... There is no way I can send meat to you anyway. So...
I'm just joking.
Let's just be... Yeah, I know. But I think that's very important that we should define the problems. The problem we're having is insecurity. The people that are invading us, we know them. We know they are these elders. We know all of them. We know that majority of them are Fulani. And the truth is that some of them are part of us.
Some of who? Some of Muslims or some of Fulani?
No. Some of the people that are doing this kidnapping, they are Yoruba people too. That's just the truth, whether we like it or not. The fact that we have not gotten some of them, or the fact that it is not amplified as much as it could have been, the fact that we have not done that, that does not mean that that's what happened. Because the truth is that, tí àwọn èèyàn bá kọ́ wá sí ìlú yín, tí ẹ mọ̀ wọ́n rí, ẹ mọ̀ bí tán ń gbé, ẹ mọ̀ bí tán ń jẹ́ sí, you do not report, you do not do anything. Àwọn ọkọ̀ ló ẹ̀pọ̀n wa máa tán ọ sọ́nà pé báyìí náà ṣe máa ṣe. I said it's just like politics, same thing with insecurity and security. It is local. It will not be possible for all of those things to happen if you do not have local collaborators. There might be local collaborators in terms of bóyá ara wa ni wọ́n àbí àwọn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti ń gbé pẹ̀lú wa tàbí tí ń gbé wọn látijọ́ yìí. So that's that part. Then the second one that I want to talk about is that so the second one, this will be the last one, I'll just get away after this one. It's about, I don't have any issue with Igboho, but kí ni kan tí mo rí ta máa ń ṣe ni pé tá bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tá bá fẹ́ ṣe ká ṣe, need àti institutionalize ẹ̀ by pé ká wá gbé TV lẹ̀ àbí ká wá gbé camera lẹ̀ pé Igboho fẹ́ ṣe kí. If Igboho wants to do anything, let him work with the current architecture so that a help wa ni kò ń ṣe pé tó bá yá a wá sọ pé a wá di ẹni tẹ́ pé ìka kan báwọn náà máa ń sọ pé ìka kan ò wọ́n dì mọ́. So yes, so we should be, I'm not saying that, but it should work with, it should not be able to work in a way to it will be able to turn rogue later. It's something we should be very careful about. Yes, we have the problem. Any kind of help he wants to give, yes, it's we want it, but we should be very careful. Kama empower, kama institutionalize, go out there, our control. Many countries they actually do it. They use them as machineries, but you know they don't want on TV we can broadcast it. If he wants to work with us, there is a way our governors can work with him so that we can solve this problem. So that's my.
Thank you very much.
That's my contribution. All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that submission. Right. But let me quickly say something. So I'm not the. Sorry, please mute. Thank you. So I'm not the greatest of Igbo's fans. I am not. I'm not even. I mean, we let bygones be bygones. But I'm not like a supporter. I'm not a fan. But I respect what he's doing. Maybe because I can't do it. Right? So I understand my limitations and I'm able to acknowledge my limitations. What he's doing it's important that somebody does it. But why is it in everybody's faces? I'll tell you why, in my opinion. And I think what he's doing is right. Being in people's faces, I think, is very, very right. And I'll tell you why. You may, if you think I'm wrong, it's okay. You can always counter it if you feel the need to. 1 second, please. So here's the thing. This man had done what you're suggesting in the past, where he just, upped and went to the forest and did what he did. And some people had a lot of issues with it. Sometimes, there were casualties. People had problems with the way he did what he did. And I'm not holding brief for him. And of course, he got in trouble, eventually had to run. And then, of course, he was arrested. And then he went through all that in Benin Republic before going to Germany. And then eventually now he's back home. If that kind of person wants to do something like that again, he would want to see, what did I do that time? Could have been put back on. This one that he's telling the world before getting in there and explaining how he has done what he has done, I think it makes sense that he's going this route, because that way, okay? Now, it should also be a point if, as he's talking right now, nobody's doing anything. He's saying what he's saying. You see, I think it was Abraham Lincoln that talked about, I'm going to paraphrase, that if he has so many hours to cut a tree, he will spend more hours. I don't want to mention the exact one, so I don't get it wrong. You mention more of the time, much of the time, filing his cutlass or his knife or whatever. The point is, spending time to prepare is to help you do the work. And also, people are already in the field, in the forest, doing that work. So the fact that he's using the media, I think it's a plus. So that way it doesn't look as if he's doing something untoward. All right. But the other thing you said is actually very important. When you said, it's true, it happens. Which is why, now, the person that who will make sure that doesn't happen is the government. It's the government. Individuals cannot. The government can. What individuals can do is to remind the government, press it, ensure that the government realizes how it's important that they check him. No matter how important anybody is, as far as security is concerned, the government must be able to check them. So that's where the government comes in. But what he's doing and what he's about to do now, it's very important. I can stay here and, talk about stuff and get people, get all of us to know what's happening. But I'm not the one going to the forest. If a person wants to go to the forest, he can't do what I'm doing, by the way. He cannot. Somebody cannot do what I'm doing. I cannot do what he's doing. And so what he's doing is very, very important, right? And it's now on the government to ensure that what he's doing is within the ambits of the law and it doesn't go overboard, all right? But very important observation. Thank you very much for bringing that up. Let's go to Adekomi. Good evening, Adekomi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Ọjọ́ mẹ́ta.
Ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lú.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Concerning what Chief Sunday Igboho has done, that's I commend him. That's a very good effort. At least we are one step ahead, right? And I will also suggest that it will need it needs support, obviously, and I will also suggest that if there are ways they can. Also, the organization should, in case this message is getting to him, the Iraq organization can go ahead, to how will I put it now? Management experts, folks in the tech world, that can help this thing, that can help this initiative,
All right, I think
not just before the high. Hello, can you hear me?
We missed the last few seconds, like last 15 seconds.
Yeah, not just before the height of the law. All right, I said the organization will need the support of maybe management experts, the folks in the tech world, and a lot of other skillful personnel in other fields of life, that will also add to the acceptability and the integrity of this organization, not just before the eyes of the law, but before the people, right? So maybe in terms of recruitment, the digitalization will help in terms of recruitment, management expert, maybe folks in human resource management, finance and all will help this to go a long way, in functioning, right? And I will also want to suggest that there are people, when in the video you played the other time, there were people mentioning Ijaekun in that video. They should be clear about the name, because branding is very important. They should be clear about the name so that it doesn't confuse people. Sunday Igboho himself came out to said it is Iruekun. Some of them in that bush, based on the video you played, I heard Ijaekun, so it should be well spelled out, and also this I want to say does not really go along with the topic of today. It's just an addition. The other time I came, I was unable to make this point, especially for we the Yoruba people, and it goes down a lot to parenting. You can't raise and it has to do with preserving our land, preserving our space, right? You can't be raising a Yoruba child like a British or an American. You just want to form tush by all means. You can't be trying to bring out a British child or an Igbo child, not even a Nigerian child self, out of a Yoruba child, and then you expect in the long run that the child will not be liberal. One way or the other, you are building that liberalism consciously or unconsciously into that child. And when that child grows up, he will see a need, consciously or unconsciously, to be a Nigerian first before becoming a Yoruba person. And unknowingly to him or her, he doesn't even know that his identity has been existing before Nigeria, thousands of years. So this is just my own contribution. Thank you very much, Saigbo. Wonderful work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my brother. Oshego, thank you. The comments, fantastic speech. Who is 14C and why you are the one harassing Adekomi now with the stuff in the comment section? Wọ́n ní irú ẹkùn ni kò tún ṣe irú ẹkùn. I don't know if it's Iru. When he spoke, he said Iruekun. And there was a time they held a banner, he said Ijaekun. I'm sure they're going to work. Sorry, somebody's mic is hot. Please mute. All right. I'm sure they're going to work on. Sorry, I think it's. Are they coming? I'm sure they're going to work on the branding so there's consistency. But I'm just going to read some of the comments here on YouTube. Michael Olumola on YouTube says, Prof, let the guy speaking now that Igbo, just like Tantita, will be attached to one of the security agencies. Oh, okay. He's saying that, Mr. Michael is saying that, that he would be attached, just like Tantita, and I mentioned Tantita earlier, that these security agencies like Tantita is not like ESN. To be attached to a security agency is going to be answerable to the government or to a government agency, all right? Niger Giza says, whatever Igbo or Southeast have to say about what we do in Yoruba land does not matter. It's quite interesting that you say that, and you're right. The Uriwa guys, they are Igbos, and they are supporting ESN and Nnamdi Kanu. And it's quite weird that they will feel the need to get involved in whatever is happening in Yoruba land today. Just ridiculous. Well, thank you for that comment. White Kubo says Igbo should emphasize that he's setting up a civilian JTF type security outfit. Igbo is doing it because the FG is too slow in dealing with the security crisis. NSCDC can supervise him. Yes. Igbo Jinodu says Amotekun has proved ineffective. I mean, they don't have the guns, and they don't have the manpower, but they are able to do what they are able to do. So I think at the end of the day, everybody is needed, right? Amotekun is necessary. This Iraqi is also necessary. The NSCDC, the police, everybody that can do something to make sure that the place, that our cities and our forests are secured. To be honest, some people may have to focus on just forest alone, right? While some people focus on the streets, some people focus on villages and towns. All hands should be on deck. The important thing is just to make sure that the government is actually supervising everybody, just to make sure that nobody everybody's going haywire. And, that's a very important concern, like I said earlier. I'll bring a few more people up. Just give me a second before I call the next speaker. So this will be the last batch, by the way, but I'm sure we're going to have a great time listening to them. Please mute as soon as you get up. Thank you very much. Please mute. Thank you. So let's start with Mr. Fola. Good evening, Fola Rich.
Good evening, sir.
Ẹkáàbọ, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ṣé Muslim ni àbí Christian? Kọ́kọ́ béèrè náà.
I'm sorry, she's Muslim, but my wife's family is Muslim.
Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ti ní connection. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ti ní connection pẹ̀lú ẹran léyà báyìí sí ẹ̀ka máa bẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ka tó máa jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀.
Òótọ́ ni ojú káwá tó lè ran wá fẹ́ August báyìí.
That was brilliant.
Olótù.
Ẹ get me bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ ṣe gan.
Olótù ẹ kúṣẹ́. Olótù ẹ kúṣẹ́ gan. Ẹ kúṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ̀ ń ṣe. Thank you very much for the awareness and everything. Ẹ mọ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ṣe, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú. Sherry, I know you've been talking about putting something together. Please, I want you to put a documentary together. And this documentary, it could need so much graphics, so much pictures. It could be narrative. However, because of the depth and the documentation you have and the proof you have, attached so that our people maybe ẹgbọ́n nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ lẹ́ǹkan yẹn téèyàn yẹn ní pé na AI. Èmi gan mo ti gbọ́ kíní yẹn rí. So at least for a while now we've been speaking, and you know that I've stayed in the East for a while. Mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ wọ́n, the scum Ọlọ́run dáríjì mi torí báwa náà ṣe máa ń ṣe nìyẹn. Ẹ mọ̀ bá ṣe máa ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ègùn. Ẹ mọ̀ bá ṣe máa ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ ègùn ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, which is very derogatory. Bá ṣe máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ará Abakaliki nìyẹn. Once tẹ́ bá ti rí Igbo tó ti dé fún Ibo
kọ́ ni ṣé Abakaliki ò ń ṣe Igbo ni?
Igbo ni wọ́n, but they see them as primitive. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ nígbà tí Dr. Mike Okpara náà bá tó kọ lẹ́tà ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn ará Abakaliki ló kọ lẹ́tà yẹn sí. Ní 1963 àwọn lọ́sì wà ní Ìhòhò. Àwọn ní wọ́ọ̀ he was in a boy.
Okay.
So nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn. Going to security network. Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, I would never forget him. Growing up in Lagos, around the late 90s, I'm talking of 97, 98, 99, ní Mushin to be precise, Mushin lọ sí ọ̀nà Ìtìrẹ road and some parts of Surulere that bordered Mushin. There was this gang of thieves that terrorized the nation. That terrorized the neighborhood. They were crazy people. Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, when he was the head of a faction in OPC, àwọn lọ tú àwọn OPC síta. Àwọn boys yẹn wọ ọkọ̀ níbọn nìkan wọ́n lóògùn. So tó bá ti wá rọ́ọ̀bì wọ́n máa disappear ni. Sherry, only anybody tó bá ń gbàdúgbò yẹn máa rántí kíní. Wọ́n bẹ́ orí ẹ̀ sí Ìṣàgá, ó níbi kan tó ń pè ní Ìṣàgá junction. Along Ìtìrẹ road ló wà. Wọ́n gbé orí ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ lórí títì. Òun ló lórí àwọn olè yẹn. Bó ṣe ń dọ́fẹ́ lọ làwọn OPC ṣe ń tẹ̀lé o. Àwọn OPC yẹn tó bá ti wá báyìí, tó bá ti mú white handkerchief yẹn dání báyìí. Wọ́n máa lè dé anywhere tó máa dé ni. Then mi mọ nǹkan tó máa ń ṣàwọn governor wa. Sir, for the past 3 years, Ààrẹ has been mentioning this thing. He had been warning us, but nobody heeded. Nítorí ẹ̀dẹ̀ ló ṣe ń dùn mí. Nítorí as of 2023, even gbà tí Buhari wà ń bẹ̀, Ààrẹ ń sọ fún wa pé àwọn people yìí ti ń wọ̀lú, let us take heed. But no, we are too reactive we're too laid back in our reaction. Our laid back. Àfi tí nǹkan bá ṣẹlẹ̀, our maseta skelter. Our by my handle. It isn't fair. Our governors should have taken what about him pé kíní ṣe rò pé nígbà tí wọ́n ṣe gbogbo kíní yẹn in the late 90s yẹn ni ń pé in fact as at 99 náà aṣíwájú tún fún wọn bàbá backing Sir, after 3 years, gbogbo kini you stop. As I tún see about 3-4 years ago, tí àwọn boys kan wá tí wọ́n fi ọmọ odó tó fi ń pààyàn. Tẹ́ bá rántí yẹn, tó máa fi fọ́ orí èèyàn for ritual kini, they will now use a white hanky. Yes, it happened in Ikorodu. It was a menace that time, and OPC swung in. Mo kàn try láti sọ fún yín ní nǹkan táwọn OPC ṣe. Ń pé àtọ́jà ara wa gbé. Àwa ò dàbí àwọn Hausa àdẹ dàbí àwọn Igbo tó jẹ́ pé kìnìkan. Àwa ò dúró de federal government kó ṣe gbogbo nǹkan fún wa. We know how to do it. My prayer is that as Chief Igboho, as he has decided to launch this security outfit, that they flush all those guys out. Because, sir, to be candid, work on our forest spaces were. And about, I think, 2020, beginning of 2020, was my first time I went to Okiogun. I lost Aguare, Benipeyon Losono Shaki, and we drove there. Esa, so many unpoliced communities along the road, so many of them.
I tried to send you voice note. It's not going through. I tried to.
So many unpoliced communities along the road, so many herdsmen along the road that obviously, if you leave those places unmanned, when Chief Igboho was shouting the first time here, I understood because I've traveled through those places and how criminality, how it's very, very easy for anybody, any criminal to take advantage of those things. I pray that in fact, prayer me, my most earnest prayer every morning, Tibanji, I always look at my phone, short to release even if I'm in a place leading prayer, any gathering. The first thing is I talk about is I'll crave their indulgence so that we can pray for those children. Nítorí kílé èèyàn kidnap ọmọ ọdún mẹ́rin fún torí Ọlọ́run. So lágbára Ọlọ́run máa fún wọn ṣe o. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ bá wa secure ilẹ̀ Yorùbá padà from this menace of these terrible human beings. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that submission. I really appreciate it. And it's a very sad, situation. What's happening in Orire local government? Someone says prayer or make you follow your work. Are you following Owolewa? People will do what they can do. See, we also have to appreciate people that Itara is part of it. Itara is part of it. I want to say something, and I didn't say it when the gentleman that talked about Islam spoke, and I think I should say it at this point. Yoruba, ọmọ Yorùbá, ẹ̀mí ló mọ̀ pé wá, yá farabalẹ̀ o. As he was talking earlier, the gentleman that spoke about Islam, someone in the comment section said, "Is it not your fault?" This is not theological debate. Whose God is God? Is it my own or your own? I'm a Christian, you're a Muslim. Let's have that debate. This is not what's happening. This is about your land. Soon then she debate. When a conversation like this comes up, this is not the time to say, see, the Muslims, what did the Muslims do? The man that was killed, not Mr. Michael, the first one they killed when they took those children from school in Orire local government, he was Islamic teacher in the school. Mr. Michael that they killed in the forest, that they beheaded, he's a Christian. The conversation is not a religious conversation. And I know people do, and I understand what he was saying. I didn't speak on it because but of course, they're not my so. Let's be careful. There's something about time and place. There is time for everything. There's time to debate and say which religion is better when they are invading your space. And let me sound a note of warning. Sherry, it's good to have intellectual conversations and, and so on and so forth. You also have to remember that there are Muslims who are committed to Yoruba land just like you, even if you're not. I'm a Christian and I'm proudly Christian. But while you have the extremists who are Muslims, there are also Muslims who are committed to the Ilosiwaju Yoruba, just like you. When you say things like, "Shay, it's not Muslims that started this problem," meanwhile, as a Yoruba person, your identity is not built on religion. So you have introduced something that is foreign to Yorubaness. Your identity is built on ethnicity, on ethnic identity. Is not your identity is built on ethnicity, not on religion. And when we had people fight, there were Muslims on the Yoruba side that fought the other guys. They didn't say because they were Muslims they were not going to fight. They fought. You know, I was listening to somebody talk about, and I was cooled, man. It was last week. Was it last week? I think it was Monday. I was cooled by this woman. She does Mama Kaula. I don't know if you know Mama Kaula. Oh boy. Oh gosh, this woman is brilliant. She's a Muslim. I've known her for years, but this part of her I did not know until Monday or Tuesday. I think it was Monday. It was Monday. She's from Ibadan. I'll tell you one thing. I've been saying it, but it's good to actually hear somebody say it confidently about themselves, about their identity. She's Yoruba. Her forefathers were from Senegal. They got into Yoruba land with religion, with Islam. No, she's not Fulani. She got to Yoruba land. They got into Yoruba land, through Islam. They are far. Then they moved to Iseyin, Ilorin, Iseyin. Now, while they were there, they were invited Baba Shorogumola to Ibadan. And then they moved to Ibadan. He talked about the Agbole one, but I've been there. I've been to the Agbole before. So I was like, oh, really? That's where they're from. You got to Ibadan. They're Ibadan. They're Yoruba people today. Because see, we are Yoruba. I've been saying this for a long time. Yoruba people, we've always been cosmopolitan. There are people that come into our midst and they become. I know Baruba. I know Mali. I know Mali as far back as 800 years ago. That'd be 900 years ago. About 1,000 years ago, actually. And as they came, we also went. They came, we went. Some of us stayed back there. Some of them stayed back here. But they became Yoruba. It's not like these clowns who are always shouting constitution. They hate assimilation. They want to represent you. That's just nonsense. These ones became. Now, let me quickly say something. I saw something in the comment section. Someone said because it's against Sunday Igboho, she's Fulani. No. I can be Yoruba and be against Sunday Igboho. I support what Sunday Igboho is doing, but if I sound like a Yoruba person that's not supporting Sunday Igboho, it's not because that Yoruba person is a Fulani. People should be allowed to have that choice. They should be able to exercise their choice. They may decide not to even want what I want. And it is okay. But where I'm going with what I'm saying is that she talked about when our fathers would go to war. Sorry, when the warriors in Ibadan would go to war, and our own fathers, being the Alala Afars, they will be the ones to pray for them. And then they will say, Emma Law, Emma Iti Lonsi. And then sometimes they'll say, okay, Elo. And it was working for them. See, religion, we've got to be very careful with all this. You don't know what Awon Baba wan say. All these things we're doing nostalgia for a past we did not even experience, and in some instances, a past that never existed. Awon Baba yin se awon hotel mo. It's for them to win. They didn't see all these dichotomies from their own perspective. And thankfully, I see some of them like that. Now, I know that, I'm a Christian. I don't do traditional worship or Islam. But I can, if someone wants to hurt my brother who is, let's say, for instance, I have somebody who is close to me who does the sheshe. Well, not very close, but at least we have conversations. If something, if he's about to be hurt by something, you think I'm going to care if that thing is going to affect him because he's a Christian? Of course not. I don't even like using Isheshe in that context. Even me, I just made a mistake. I call them Elesin Abalaye because Isheshe is universal. Elesin Abalaye is particular to their religious observances. All right. To ban Elesin Abalaye, emi o ba se. Tí nǹkan wá fẹ́ ṣe léṣe, I have to be there to stand up for him. Not, I don't. You can't be saying àwọn eléyìí wọn abọ́gibọ̀pẹ̀ ni wọ́n. Olewa, relax. I'm not the one you can relax. The way you people use Isheshe now, you use it as a religion. When we discuss Isheshe in academia, we use it as a totality. I know what I'm saying. Trust me, I don't speak flippantly. I'm very careful with my words. What many of you are doing is Ẹ̀sìn Àbáláyé, and there's nothing wrong with it. The use of Isheshe to become what you're doing is a recent invention. Let's not go into it. The point I'm trying to say is that if you find a Muslim as well, you can't say, àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn Arabo, àwọn ẹrú kìíní kan, kí n tiẹ̀. Àwọn bàbá wa kan wà tó jẹ́ pé ìjà tó ń lọ sógun yẹn, àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn tẹ́ńbẹ́lú yìí làwọn, they have land in Ìbàdàn. Wọ́n nílẹ̀ Ìbàdàn, wọ́n lóko Ìbàdàn. Ìkọ́ tó dẹ̀ gbé wọn pẹ̀lú àwọn bàbá wa yẹn, àwọn bàbá Ògúnmọ́lá and so on and so forth, is because of nǹkan táwọn náà gbé sọ́wọ́. You know what? The leader, whatever works for him, works for him. The commoners are the ones who are fighting about in reality, they did some things for him, and so he paid them back. He invited them, according to Madam Kaola. It was Basharon that invited them from Iseyin to Ibadan. We are mixed. Are there extremists who are who are rearing their heads in Yoruba land today? Yes. Must they be dealt with? Yes. Who will deal with them? You? No, us. Including Muslims. If you alienate them today, you'll be fighting a losing battle. You need the Muslims to curb the extremist Muslims. You need the Yoruba Muslims. I don't like saying what did they say? I don't like saying moderate Muslims. And I understand when people speak against Islam. I get it. I'll be lying if I say I don't understand it. But I also understand Yoruba, Islam from the Yoruba perspective. It's not exactly the same thing. And it has taken a while. It has evolved within our own confines and our own culture. It has its own identity now. The way Yoruba people practice the way Yoruba people practice Islam is in a way particular to us. So what's the job of a Yoruba person? To ensure that that way is sustained, that they don't go to the extreme. Not to say, and who is to tell you that the person who is kidnapping people is not a Christian or a traditional worshipper? And if they could kill the Islamic teacher when they were taking those children away, and they killed the Christian man while they were in the forest, what does that say? It's not a religious conversation. And I think this thing started recently, and I know when it started, I know why it started, but I'm not going to go into it. This passion that makes us find a way to fight our brothers based on something that is even foreign to our own fathers is not what we think it is. It's not being Yoruba. A Yoruba person can do anything he likes. You can, in terms of religion, if you like, be a Buddhist, a Hindu, Hare Krishna. I mean, I want everybody to be Christian, but guess what? Not everybody will be Christian. Be a Muslim, a traditional worshiper, anything you want to do. Just be Yoruba. That's the point. And that's what our fathers did. And if you understand that what we now call traditional worship or Orisha worship, there was really nothing like that in time past. And what we think is one, in actual fact, was not really one. Give me a second. We have to please power tap on TikTok. This is showing inactivity. Thank you, everyone. You see, we look at things and say, oh, we have traditional worship. So we think it's one thing. And some people use words like, phrases like Orisha worship, or Yoruba religion. It's things you find those phrases in books about world religions. But in reality, the different devotees were not the same. They were not one. There was a systemization of, I don't want to get into, there was a systemization of religion in Yoruba land. What we see and we say our fathers used to do, their own fathers were not doing it. And we will have a session to actually discuss. It's just that some of those things are very academic and they can get, those are some things that if you say it in public or just in public forum, like everybody will say, hey. But in reality, and this is one of the reasons I respect Yoruba elders. It's also one of the reasons I find it very insulting when people say things like Yorubas did not have religion. It was people that came from outside that brought religion. Do you know what it means? Do you know the word religion, what it means? It means a system of worship. You tell me that Yoruba people do not have systems of worship? Once you have liturgy, you have rituals, you have taboos, you have priesthood. That's a system. And Yoruba did not have a uniform system for all their deities and all their orishas. They had different structures for different. Do you know what it takes to be that complex? And a person to be a devotee of Shango, only a devotee of Shun, in some cases, it's even from a place of work. For the most part, our is even for them, for the most part, is from the career perspective. Naturally, they will worship. It's actually more like a patron saint of the guild. We have made everything religion now, which is okay. When you have conversations about concepts, it's not every concept that you reduce your etymology. Jesus Christ, are you sure you really want to have this conversation with me? Let me read to you what this person wrote in the comment section. Say religion etymology has nothing to do with worship. That's the problem. If you think definition and etymology are the same, there's a gap, there's a problem. There's a huge problem. And I'll give an example. If I mention the word slave today, what comes to your mind? A person who has been denied of their freedom. That's what comes to your mind. How does that have to do with the word Slav? What does it have to do with the Slav? And how does it relate with the etymology of the word slave? Slave is from the Slavs. Those are the people in the Baltic, people in in Eastern Europe, who were enslaved for about 400 years by Ottoman Empire. All right. But if I'm telling you what slavery means, you really think you need to go back to know what it means to be talking about the meaning of the word. You didn't tell me the etymology of the word. If you want to tell me the etymology, you have to go back to the Slavics. You have to talk about the Slavs and how the root word is from Slav, and they were taken as slaves for 4 centuries, and then the word came out of that, which is actually the truth, by the way. And the word came out of that. But you don't have to talk about slavery because of the Slavs. I don't have to talk about religion because of its etymology. The conversation is not about etymology, it's about definitions of concept. And the concept is to understand, oh boy, we are going to several things. The idea of religion essentially is the system that the humans organize for their spirituality. Their spirituality is their belief system. Their religion is a system they put in place in order to be able to observe that spirituality. And that system is what we have. So it's not about the etymology of the word religion means to bind. I know that's where you're going. Oh, the etymology, it means to bind. That's not the point. The point is the meaning of the word is about systems. And Yoruba elders developed systems. And to say, and this is the thing, especially when you discuss with Europeans or foreigners, is to reduce us to hunter. We have to be intentional about these things. All of that to say that we're Yoruba people. I would have been also relation when there are times, and I get, I mean, that Christians also have debates with Muslims and say religion, and I can get into that. I don't think I would ever do it online. I don't think so, because I think people usually do those religious conversations for entertainment purposes. Because if you really want to go deep, you know, you're going to have to go really deep. But it's okay to have such conversations, you know. We want to understand the other person's faith. But I think that when it comes to a conversation as with politics, which is what we do here, here we discuss politics, history, culture, innovation. When it comes to such conversations, what is most important in Yoruba conversation will not be identity, not religion. So people, just like our fathers allowed, you know, I don't think people actually understand how complex Yoruba people are. My dad, I was born in CNS, proudly so. I was born in sacred CNS. Okay, say Ibadan. In case you want to know my family, Kini, I don't know why I mentioned that. I was born in Ibadan. I was born in CNS. A time came I wanted to leave. That was a while back. As I grew older, I mean, there's another conversation I don't want to talk about in public, but what I've noticed, a child could grow up in a household and take a different direction as far, I mean, in some cases, take a different direction as far as their object of worship or veneration is concerned. I just think that we should hold on to that and not blame ourselves and our religions. That was a long speech. Let's go to the next speaker. It's Bombubi. Bombubi, have you spoken?
I've not spoken, no, bro.
Jesus. My bad. I apologize.
It's good. It's a teaching section. It's an opportunity for everyone to learn. I will make my submission very, very concise. In fact, I wasn't going to come up because I was in a...
See, you can even do more than concise because I've taken a lot of time, so you can take a bit more.
So what happened is I had to really excuse myself. And just like the last time I came up, I was on the road and then you were hearing the Muslim call to prayer and everything. And this is what we talk about. This is the essence of being a Yoruba person. Let me start with, in fact, in submission any me come up. I wasn't going to come up because I had an important event, but I had my earpiece on, so I was following the program. First of all, everything that Sunday Igboho is doing is very important. They need to come out, they need to make it public to give legitimacy to what they are doing. They need to have legitimacy, they need to be approved, so that it's not just a ragtag group and then tomorrow you have a government that is there and is not a Yoruba president and then they will tell them to go and kill them, but tell the soldiers to go and kill all of them, just like Buhari tried to do. The guy was, for some reason, for some malice, you know, their Oga said go and arrest him for political correctness and everything, so that they will make it look like what they are doing to Nnamdi Kanu is the same thing that they are trying to do to Sunday Igboho, of which everybody knew that it was not the same thing. Sunday Igboho was not killing Yoruba people. The ESN, they were killing their own people. They were literally cannibalizing their own people. That's crazy. Second of all, I want to delve into this topic, but I will go into it in a way that is not offensive to anybody, because I will also mirror it with what we as Christians are doing. Like we say, most Yoruba families have 50% Muslim, 50% Christians, just like mine. Number one. Number two, the things that our own Muslim scholars in this part of the country are teaching our people is not the same thing that the scholars up north are teaching their people. This is the problem. They are radicalizing their own people. So if you have the bias that don't talk about it, that Muslim, no. Yes, there are people that are here down south that don't have that understanding that the Yoruba Muslim is not the same thing as some of the Muslims up north. Because of just like we as Christians, this is where I'm coming in with saying mirroring it with our own situation. Remember Reverend King back in the days? That guy was a Christian and he was abusing people, pouring hot oil, pouring hot water on people, doing a lot of crazy things. It was under the guise of being a Christian. We as the Christians didn't come out and say, hey, he's a Christian, don't say anything about it. he was using the religion to perpetrate abuse. We had to all those problems we are having up north started with the Islamic scholars. When they go for their long teachings, there's a name they call it. There's a name they call it. They do those teachings apart from the prayers and everything. Those long teachings, 2-3 hours teachings, 5 hours teachings. Those are the places where they indoctrinate people into extremism. They will start out soft, present it to this, they come out, present it, then they gradually go into the areas when they start talking about some of the crazy things that some hadiths talk about, where you say, do this to the kafir, do this and that. That is the moderation that people down south have. Baba Ẹkáàbọ is coming out to say that this is not what we are doing here. They are speaking against it, and àwọn ẹ̀yin gangan ló yẹ kẹ́ kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ conversation yẹn to let our people know that we are not part of this. And this is the problem we are having. It started with radicalization. Then they started bringing young people together. I think I mentioned about what this man Helbuba, the interview he gave. He was part of those radical camps. They were young children. They were taking them there, teaching them how to use arms and ammunition. After teaching them crazy Islamic knowledge, now even Saudi Arabia is beginning to withdraw some hadiths that are against peace. They are withdrawing it. So imagine anybody sasabe, and also we that are not from that religion. You have to be sensitive when you present these conversations so that you don't alienate people that are supposed to be our collaborators in fighting this evil. So we need to be careful. It is not about our own people that are Muslims. It's about the sheikhs that are up north that are radicalizing their people and telling them Nigeria belongs to them, all the way to the ocean, that they want to dip their Quran in the ocean. And when you're alone, the problem. And this is where we need to get to in Nigeria. We need secret service. Our secret service will be going to this Muslim congregation and listening to these Islamic teachings. When you begin to have a group of people that are pushing radicalization, teaching terror, teaching crazy things, they need to inform the authorities and pick up those sheikhs early, nip it in the bud. And there has to be some sort of religious regulation in Nigeria. People can't just be going out to teach things without going through proper monitoring, giving them licenses. Are you licensed to preach? Do you understand the sensitivity of the country you are in? Do you understand the multi-religious nature of the country you are in? What are your beliefs on this and this and that? And they still need to follow it up. So we are not at the stage where we need to be talking about political correctness. Let those boys go into the bush and comb the forest and get them out of there. This is not the time for that. And I want to appeal to our brothers. And you know, spearhead just the way that Baba Ẹkáàbọ touching Ejo. Thank you very much. And our brothers that are not from that religious sect, please let's be sensitive. Leave their religion alone. Let's address the security issue we have on ground. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate your submission, Bumblebee. There's something I want us to quickly listen to, and then maybe just a little bit of it, and then we'll go to Mr. Ade Richards. And it's something from the man you mentioned, Ẹkáàbọ. He's also a Muslim, and someone says some so-called clerics radicalize kids in the southwest now, e.g. Mufti Iwo. Yes. So here's the thing. You're right, Akinmaki. You are correct. Are there Muslim Islamic scholars who are now, radicalizing people? Yes. So what do we do about them? You now single out those ones, and then you work with Muslims to deal with them. You don't say Muslims are now this way. You get what I'm saying? Because once you say Muslims are this way, intervegbo and say article or more and to radicalize. Okay, let's take a listen just very quickly to Ẹkáàbọ. It's very long, but just a bit of it. Take a listen, please.
Yorùbá ní mistake. Nǹkan mẹ́rin ní Yorùbá ní mistake tí Yorùbá ti ṣe o. Tá a bá correct mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin, wàláhì wọ́n lè gbalẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ta ló ní wọ́n lè gbalẹ̀ Yorùbá ní 21st century? Ẹ̀rí ní Amẹ́ríkà dánwò ní Venezuela. gbọ́n tí Trump sọ ni ó lóun ń rò ó làm planning seriously láti sọ Venezuela di the 51st state of United States of America. Ẹ lọ Google News yẹn wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó lóun ń rò pé òun wà next year wọ́n sọ di ara America. Táwọn tí wọ́n lajú jù lágbàáyé bá lè ṣe yẹn ta ló kù tí ó lè ṣe. Ẹ mọ̀ pé ariwo ni a fi túnra Yorùbá ká ní ọ̀dọ̀ yẹn pàyà ni. Wọ́n jagun wọnú ìlú yẹn gangan. Àwọn ìlú tí ń bẹ lọ́dà rẹ̀ tó súnmọ́ àwọn ni wọ́n ń sọ dahoro one after another. Wọ́n ń pa àwọn èèyàn bó ṣe ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń sìn náà ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gbà yẹn. Àwọn ìlú yẹn tún ká kọ̀ọ̀kan ní kọ̀ọ̀kan ní gbogbo ẹni tí ń bẹ ní kápítà ọ̀dọ̀ yọ fi sá lọ. Ẹnì kankan ò lé wọn. Ariwo wọn ò dé lẹ́ni wọn ò dé lọ́la ló lé wọn. Nílẹ̀ Yorùbá lẹ́ni ẹ mú láti Kwara. Ẹ mọ iye ìlú tó ti dahoro ni. Táwọn èèyàn ti sá jáde. Tẹ́nìkan wà àwọn ìlú yẹn mọ́. Gbogbo oko tí ẹ̀dá ti ṣègbè síbẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan dúkìá wọn ti gbàgbé síbẹ̀. Wọ́n gbẹ̀mí ara wọn sá. Tí wọn náà bá ń bẹ níbì kan níbi tí Nàìjíríà bá dé yìí tó o bá ti mọ̀ pé mi rẹ òde tètè kúrò ńbẹ̀ má fọ̀rọ̀ rẹ mọ́. Bíbélì ọ̀ràn ẹgbẹ̀rún òkà ọ̀ràn anything lórí eléyìí tí ń bẹ́lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ̀rún gbàdí ọ̀ràn o. Gbogbo àwọn tí ń jáde tí ń lọ pé kínní ẹ̀yin aláyé ẹ bá wọn dáhùn padà kán dáhùn ọmọ yẹn padà àwọn ọmọ náà wá ìdáko tálíkà mélòó ní tó wá kù lóko oúnjẹ.
There's a particular clip where he actually talked about the people. Is this one actually? But Ogun. There's a particular part of it where he talked about what's happening in Oyo at the moment. Here's the point. Someone says on YouTube that is not right, sir. They are nothing called Kai Kai. This guy is part of the problem. What is this? What he's saying is not correct, though. A broken clock is right twice a day. I'm not saying everything it does is right, but when people like this make statements, why are we always? Can we not see any good in people? Anyway, let's all work together. Ẹkáàbọ vlog, me. Ade Richards, good evening, sir.
Yes, brother.
Ẹkọjọ mẹ́ta.
Ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lẹ́. Mo ní other account tí mo máa fi ń wò yín. Àjọ máa ń ṣe ni. Yeah, I have other account that but ṣe gidi gan but torí pé the topic ten treat lẹ́ni especially lórí ọ̀rọ̀ security ọ̀rọ̀ olóyè Ìgbòho so and I see that àwọn èèyàn wa ti wà almost divided with this matter and I want us to look at the positive of it. Mo fẹ́ ká rò dáadáa. Yes, concern yẹn yes the way tí ẹ ṣe feel yẹn I feel that concern much. But about who to buy agbára government, if federal government agbára government bá ká insecurity ni, àdìmá sọ̀rọ̀ olóyè lé ni. Ká ní agbára government bá ká dáhùn bí Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n wá dá wa padà sí Niger Delta. Ká ní agbára government bá ká ni, kò ní sí àwọn tẹ́ẹ̀dá dárúkọ yìí, the likes of the Asari, the Tompolos, General Sogba tó wà ní Rivers, bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. To buy pagara government back can kò ní sí wọn. But what we are saying ni pé ẹ jẹ́ ká wo southwest gangan. Contribution southwest national post were very important economically. Gbogbo aládẹ̀mọ́ strategically how important that region. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe máa wo Niger Delta lẹ́ni sí Nigeria gangan. Tábàdẹ̀ wá wò we will carefully that what the past Oloye in compared to the lives of Asari, the Tompolos, and Wasuba àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Mi rò pé Oloye ní pass àwọn guys in rárá tó. Ìgbà wo Asari ṣe dé láti Benin. Up to now, treasonable felony wà lórí ẹ̀. Take gbogbo àmọ́. Tompolo net the same thing. Charges, felony charges were one guy. But government look at the pay on Ulo. Love Kini, love he absorb on sunu that private military contractor security lately Madabu pipeline one day. And Tabade wo today. Tabade around that. Ṣé Asari jẹ́ threat fún wọn ẹ lè rí mo rò pé Niger Delta person pé today torí pé kí ni ìjọba ti arm ẹ̀ pé kọ́ wá sọ pé is a threat to their people almost be 10 years since tí ọgá ìṣẹ̀ tó ti kí àwọn the Niger Delta people yẹn sá sọ kọ́ wọ́n máa sọ pé Asari is a threat to them mi ò rò bẹ́ẹ̀. The only people that are shouting pé Asari is a threat to them, people who are not from his region, which are the Igbo on south, the people from the southeast. Could they see that any because he came out publicly and said it? Pé òun bá ìjọba ṣiṣẹ́ ìjọba ló license òun dẹ̀ ń ṣe kí ni àwọn boys òun on ṣe civilian JTF tẹ̀lé àwọn military gangan ìta láti clear àwọn T group ìyẹn hip-hop T group ní southeast. Ó dẹ̀ tún sọ pé àwọn boys òun náà tún ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú military láti clear what's it called Abuja to Kaduna that train track and Gwari road yẹn tó máa ń disturb wọn pọ̀ wà ó ti ṣe Lagos ó máa ń sọ ó dẹ̀ máa ń flaunt àwọn kan tó ń kó àwọn boys yẹ ó máa ń fizz yẹ ó máa ń flaunt ọ̀tá máa ń rí much but kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ government ṣì find way láti curtail wọn because they are operating on a strictly condition strictly guidelines ni in fact tẹ́ bá wo nígbà tí bàbá president gan wọlé gan ó fẹ́ kí Asari kó wá sí Aso Rock nígbà yẹn ó dẹ̀ ṣe kí ó dẹ̀ ní kọ́fà aláwọ̀ kó dé ìgbà tó dẹ̀ gbé máìkì sí lẹ́nu kí ló sọ ó point out ó ní àwọn navy àwọn military gangan ló ń jí epo ló ń jọ ìgangan oníkàṣù tọrọ tó kí ni ẹ dùn wọn náà wọ́n tó láti sọ pé tó ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan kí ni wá ní output kí ni wá ní outcome gangan ìyẹn àwọn guys Niger Delta tí ìjọba ham wọn ẹ wo output that's a crude oil wa compare lẹ́ni sí effort àwọn guys wọ́n ní báyìí o gègé àbá àtọ́jẹ́ pé ó lè gidi gan mi ò rò pé àwọn characters bíi tàwọn guys yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ́dọ̀ wa pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ èmi ò a combination of those guys yìí ẹ máa ti rivers yẹn náà tábà ṣe fẹ́ báyìí sí wọn náà ẹ mú wá láwọn kò lè dúró kí wàá láwọn dé but jẹ́ threat mi ò rò bẹ́ẹ̀ because kí ni reason ni pé government ṣì ń find way láti control wọn because they are operating under the government náà kì í ṣe pé bí wọ́n dá fi wọ́n lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ so lọ́dọ̀ wa náà the same thing bẹ́ẹ̀ ni because government kí àwọn fẹ́ license olóyè bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn no there are so many reasons why ẹ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n láti license compared to what the Niger Delta nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Niger Delta gangan tí wọ́n fi license àwọn guys yẹn and look at the output in terms of the contribution to the national Guinea government. So when we talk about the Southwest gangan it is there in our face in terms of insecurity gbogbo àlè deny yẹn and they understand pé tí abádẹ fi ṣeré tí abádẹ ṣàlá fi máa fi farasi kíní yìí ó máa kọjá tá à ń sọ lọ and automatically kò ẹ̀wọ̀n tó sọ náà ti dà lẹ́nu sí look at what ẹ̀wọ̀n kan tí wọ́n sọ náà ti dà so we can't allow this to happen again. Yes, we know the government is trying as a government is but agbára wọn ò ká ẹ má jẹ́ ká parọ́. So the people who are showing concern lóòótọ́ this should be more like bí ó máa jẹ́ bí ẹ̀jẹ̀ fún olóyè gangan àtàwọn group ẹ̀ gangan láti that trust yẹn and I believe pé there are prominent people in the Yoruba land tó jẹ́ pé tí wọ́n dúró fún wọn tó ṣàṣojú fún wọn láti lè kí wọn lẹ́yìn ibi tó dé yẹn sáwọn kò ní fẹ́ bójú wọn jẹ́ and I understand ni pé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì gan pàápàá gan kò lè sọ pé jọ operate free and there kò possible you have to strictly guidelines máa wà ní. So what happen much ni pé ó dábàá ṣe ń sọ yìí lóòótọ́ kí olóyè náà máa gbọ́ so that kò lè understand the concern of the people and my prayer náà ni pé kó má jà wọn nìkan ṣo the likes of the OPC too kan jọ kan license wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn the likes of Agbẹ́kọ̀yà the hunters. All right. So nǹkan tí màá fẹ́ kí kó ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan nìyẹn so thank you very much ẹ má jẹ́ ká jáyà ẹ jẹ́ ká support you thank you.
Thank you, sir. Esheun. Very quickly, before the next speaker, I need to respond to something. In case you're just joining, whatever I want to say on this platform, I say it. I don't care whether you like what I'm saying or not. I don't care that you're Yoruba, that you don't like people talking about religion. I talk about whatever I want to talk about. Religion cannot scatter what I'm doing. If you guys want to have religious conversations, go and have it. When you go around saying things like you cannot correct Islam, what is my business correcting Islam? Many of you should spend time studying the new religion you are going about and leave people that want to practice whatever they want to practice. If you want to save them, then find a way to reach them. This thing that you're going all over the place insulting Muslims, how many people have you now changed with that method? We're talking about Yoruba identity and how, regardless of people's religions, they are still Yoruba. You are there saying that, oh, don't talk about religion because kiniko, there's something about traditional religion. One person was talking, some people, some of you are very bold. Social media is quite interesting. Somebody says, this is where religious studies experts are needed for better rigorous academic discourse. Worship of deities are not religion. You guys are just, you are new recruits into whatever religion you have gotten to. Calm down. They're talking about your land, that you should not, alienate your brothers. You are saying that they are Muslims and the religion says they must do this thing. Everything they are doing is taqiyya. How is that you are the one that knows everybody is doing taqiyya? There is no good Muslim that you know ever in this life. Everybody is doing taqiyya. What's wrong with some of us? So any Yoruba Muslim you see right now, kilema shefun. And I've asked the question the other day, and I'm going to ask it again. What's your plan for Yoruba Muslims? What plan do you have? With all this vim and it's becoming hatred. And I know that there are Muslims also who have hatred for others. And those ones also, they need help. Listen, or whether this is not the platform for you to come and you cannot. Sorry about, I'm going to say it. None of you can actually have a debate about religion. That's why I don't talk about it, go deep. You don't, because you want 2 words, the person is already off. That's how somebody came the other day and said to me that you are saying something about Eshu. Eshu is kinikon. So I asked one question: is Eshu good or bad? The person said Eshu is good. You are telling me Eshu is good, and you are so passionate about traditional worship. What do you know about Eshu? Say Eshu is good. Eshu is not good. It's not bad. The concept of duality is actually represented in him. But you are discussing issue through the prism of Western, through Western prism of positivity. Let's calm down. If you want to do Christianity, study it. If you want to do Islam, study it. Before you and I understand some of you probably left one religion and you have a problem with it now. It's okay. The conversation here is about Yoruba identity and Yoruba space. If we're talking about protecting Yoruba space, I don't pander to anybody. I don't even pander to Christians, let alone. I don't pander. And that's why I'm very careful what I say. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to tell you I'm wrong because I'm not perfect. But the idea that Mama Pero, so because I don't want to offend you, I don't care whether you're offended though. We've been having these live sessions before you joined. When you leave, we'll still be having it. And if that is harsh, I had to say it that way. I hate people writing things like that on my comment section, telling me, can you come with cut or something? What do you mean? If you want to be doing religion and be fighting other people, go and fight them. If that's going to now go and bring all the people that have been taken into the bush. If your vim and your criticism is what's going to release all the people they've taken away, go and do it now. And this is the funny thing. All of us are speaking English. I want to learn Lara Muslim one be. We're on social media, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook. I want to learn Christian one be, Muslim one be, let's say Balaye one be, Bogo one be tonja. It may be right, by the way. And I've said it before, when people criticize Islam, I know exactly what they're saying, and I get it. And in some cases, they're actually very right. Kamakparo. Especially when you get into the hadith, there are some very funny things there. But that's not the conversation here. The conversation is the fact that there are Yoruba people here, and you need to carry the other Muslims along, rather than saying that our Muslims are takiya on low, extremists in the please write in the comment section, but don't use that kinikon for me. I don't. God bless you. Amen. Let's go to Mr. Shola. Good evening. And people should study their religion. Study your religion so that you actually know your you know your religion more than you criticize other people's religions. Please go on, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, can you hear me perfectly?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So I mean, I find it kind of repulsive, and it's when you find Yoruba people that come off stage or on any platform finding fault with what Sunday Igboho is doing. And I mean, it could come across as being a legitimate concern, but I feel like when we really peel back the layer, I don't think it comes from a point of view of sincerity, because most of you literally can't do anything, even with the whole insecurity that we're having in Yoruba land. You've never stood up for any single thing, but it's so convenient for you to be behind your phone or behind your keypad, and then you start finding fault with what Sunday Igboho is doing. When folks were attacked at Igongon, your dad did not stand up, your mom did not stand up, including you
It's
yourself,
getting personal.
your siblings. You didn't stand up. You literally didn't do anything. No, can you come and yam me later? Like, you literally don't have any solution. And then when someone is coming out putting his own life, Sunday Igboho could literally be doing what every single one of us is doing, which is to sit at home and be behind our keyboard and start typing. He literally can be doing that. But then you come up here and you start finding and say, oh, the government should rein in him, the government should do this and that. But yet, even the little ones happening, you've literally not done anything. And I understand that, yes, the government must have set parameters around which it can work with, but to just come out and start looking for fault, like, oh, they will turn to this, they will turn to that. Okay, oh yeah, go to Ibadan now and go and save them. And that's why I said it since 2020, and as I said, we have a very small group of mini terrorists. I call them baby terrorists amongst Yoruba people. And sometimes it might be so hard to conceive that, a Yoruba person, how can a Yoruba person be a terrorist? But I think that when we look at our history, there's certain part of our history that shows that you can't look beyond the Yoruba man to be a terrorist. I mean, I'm not so vast in our history, but I know that there were Yoruba people that connived with Fulani people to attack other Yoruba people. And they did that on the basis of religion. It might be hard to accept, but that is the fact. And so I don't feel like it's in 20 years from now, I don't think it would be a strange concept to have full-fledged Yoruba terrorists operating in Yoruba land. It's just, for me, it's just it's just crazy. And I just feel like we should support Sunday Igboho, and our governors, even having the old apparatus with the law, they still can't even provide security. And then you come here as a coward as you are, you come and start speaking English, talking about, oh, let's find, they could turn into this. But
all right. Let's no, hold on. It's okay. Let's not insult ourselves, please. I get your passion, but let's not. Those who have things against Sunday Igboho, they have a right to have things against him. Ṣebí Yorùbá sọ pé Yorùbá kì í sùn ká dorí kọ̀bí kan náà. I think at the end of the day, what is common to all of us is that we want ìlọsíwájú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. We want Yoruba land to work. We want development in Yoruba land. We want our borders secured. We want those people released. Even those who are criticizing Sunday Igboho, they also want that. Don't worry, I'll find you later. I told them to let me find a book. I was going to read Balogun Mother-in-Law by Aborishade. I was going to read it to you because there were Muslims on the other side as well. There were Muslims who fought the Fulani jihadists as well. Were there Muslim Yorubas who were helping the Fulani? Yes. Were there Muslims among the Yoruba who were fighting the Fulani? Yes. What you see play out there is not ethnicity, it's humanity. Humans can be cowards, humans can be traitors, humans can be anything. And you find it across. So, and somebody on YouTube used to say, I'm not a Muslim. If a person speaks about traditional worship or worshippers in terms of they're the ones destroying Yoruba land, I will speak like this as well. I don't think this person knows me. It's not because I even agree with your faith. I'm not a Muslim. I don't agree with everything Muslims do. I'm a Christian. It's clear. I mean, our faiths are actually different. But we're talking about Ijeyoba. And when it gets to that point, go betoni kalukuwa or totoni. You know, oníkàkú lè máa ṣe kọ́ tó gbọ́ pé nǹkan Yorùbá yìí o gbogbo àjùmọ̀ṣe ni o kí ló máa ń pè ìbí àjùmọ̀bí ó ní nǹkan tí mò ń wá tá a máa ń sọ bí alájọbí ọ̀rọ̀ alájọbí ni kò túmọ̀ sí pé and I'm sorry, I need to answer this person. I'm not saying everything that every religion is doing is fine. I'm just saying that when it comes to this matter, let's be tactful. You can have a problem with somebody's faith, but that doesn't have to come up when you're discussing Yoruba security. What if it's that person who is a traditional religious worshipper that will be the one who will actually secure the release of the people? Meanwhile, you are the Christian. You have said that they are doing. Last week I played the video here when for the most part, wants to rain. Anything anybody, someone says they have always been the one to save Yoruba land. Not true. Not true. I also see this thing going on Twitter. I don't like getting involved in such conversations because you actually dividing Yoruba people you just don't know. When you write things like, when this thing happens, it's only traditional worshippers that save Yoruba land, all this Muslim, you are dividing Yoruba land. Some of you are actually doing what you think you are fighting. I think I have to go inside and get you that book. I need to read you that because it's Oyekama Soro. Oh, I'm going to get somebody to speak. While the person is speaking, I'll go get the book. Because it's important to read some of these things. The idea that, the Muslims were never involved in securing your Abba. Even Leko, nígbà tí kò ti jẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀, kí ni ipa tí Oṣòdì Tápà kó pẹ̀lú ọba Kòsọ́kọ́? I think at this point you are being a nuisance. Sincerely, you are becoming a nuisance in the comment section. When you ask a question like this, that's actually a very stupid question. What do you mean? Do you think they are fighting with Quran and Bible? America that is bombing Iran today, are they fighting with Bible? Do you have all these traditional worshippers you are shouting? Do you have the weapons America has? Does that stop them from carrying Bible? You guys are extremists. You are just like the ones you are fighting. We'll be telling you the truth. You are as extreme as the people you are fighting. What do you mean? Do I think they are fighting with Islam? And that's the funny thing. Some of you actually think that when they go to fight, they'll be doing. Sorry, please mute. You think they are doing oh dear. You know, there was one. If you're not going to mute, please step down now. Ha. You know why they used to do that? That thing they do. That thing actually became popular because of stage productions where you use oral performances rather because why are you going to shoot guns on stage? There's a book Yoruba warfare in the 19th century. It's inside. Maybe I'll bring it. We need to be talking. Yoruba people carried weapons, so the idea that they just went there carrying jazz and were facing him. You have Bible, you have Quran, me, I have jazz. If you think that's how they fought, you are joking, no. The folks in theater will use all those words and there's a book, sincerely, there's a book. You know what? Let's Jesus is coming for it. Erobodo, please send your request. I'll bring you back up. Jesus is coming. Are you there? I don't think Jesus is coming. He's coming up.
I'm here.
Let's have Erobodo.
Brother.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Ẹkáàbọ. Sorry. Are you that? You are that gentleman? Just give me 1 second. Let Erobodo go first. Then you will speak afterwards, please. Please. Let Erobodo go first. Then I'll have you. I want to sit down when you are speaking. Erobodo, please go on.
Thank you, Prof. So I just wanted to say that I would encourage more people to listen to Ẹkáàbọ Gold. I mean, that's one man I love listening to. He's a very, shall I say, rooted Yoruba man. So he said something about what one would consider the problematic hadiths. And when he was talking about it, he was talking to these are not the times for those things. That he, as a scholar or teacher of Islam, that he focuses on the ones that focus on peace right now, not when, or maybe when Muhammad was still being, persecuted and, he had enemies all around and maybe, so it was like, no, that people need to learn to move, like those things don't apply anymore right now. That's, look, that's why his own ideology is very different. And, so I believe that's how most Yoruba Muslims are. So we have, maybe the few ones who are extremists, the fanatics. So I just wanted to have that. I mean, like, I would encourage more people to go and listen to Alpha Ẹkáàbọ Gold. That's one man who I really love listening to, even though I'm not Muslim, but I love listening to him. Thank you, Prof.
While we are waiting for the next, okay, yeah, on to the mother.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Erobodo. Thank you very much, Mr. D. Richards, for standing in. Now, so I got the books. I thought your comments was going to be long. Today I thought it was going to be long. It was short. But there are two books I think I should quickly refer to. Find the page in the issue by and say, this book, this one, okay, Yoruba Warfare in the 19th Century by J.F. Ajayi, who's a professor of history, and Robert Smith, who was an assistant professor of history at the time. The book was published in 1971. Talks about warfare in different parts of Yoruba land, and also mentions military strategies, and in some cases weapons. There's actually an image, not in this book, it's another one, where you see the weapons that people used in the fight. So when Yoruba people went to war, they were not just using jazz. They had technology. Your religion can help you develop tech, right? But the idea that Christians and Muslims are going to war with Islam, was it Quran that Alimi used in Ilorin? You will limit only got to car. Timbaye kile sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí sin yọ̀rọ̀ Kuba Kungbe ma so ma go across lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí. I'd have let you know what, let me see if someone else wants to speak. Because Jesus is coming is going to bring Igbo matter into the matter, and that's not what I want to. Olewa says religion build tech care. I'll explain. Give me a second. Let SED lines talk so that I'll find the page I want to read before. And if I don't find it, I'll jump in here. Mr. SED line, I think I should explain what I said very quickly. When I say your religion can actually help you build technology, the idea basically is the inspiration you get from your spirituality. And I've said this before, and it applies to all of us, regardless of your religion. Most of us, your religion doesn't go beyond what God can do for you. Many of us that are fighting over religion in Yoruba and Nigeria generally, the concept of religion to most of us is based on what we can get from God. It is transactional. Which is why I find it funny that people are fighting even though they don't even understand the depth of their own faith. Most people that fight about religion on social media, I hear them, that faith, they can criticize the other faith, but the faith they belong to, they don't really know it that deeply. When you have conversations beyond that, when your faith can inspire you to create, now we're talking. I'm going to give you a very good example. I'm a Christian. That's the example I know. I'll tell you about the Yoruba one later. In fact, let me tell you the Yoruba one. What Yoruba did is actually the reverse. What they did was they build with science, then they will trademark it or patent it with religion. They will hide their ingenuity by using spirituality. You will see spirituality, but behind it is science. And it's what they did with the beads in Ife, for example. When you start telling you something like Emi Oshumari, they will tell you something very grand, something esoteric to cover what is actually scientific. What they have developed, they developed scientifically, but what they want you to think is that what they are doing is spiritual, so that you don't get to know their trade secret. That's what you people have done for many, especially when it comes to deep scientific stuff. And I've had a session here about Ife beads, Shegi and Inyu. Maybe another day we'll talk about it. When you think of Olokun, and I'll say this before I give you the example of the Christian one. When you think of Olokun, if all you think about is an Orisha, you are not wrong, but you are not totally correct. Yes, she is Orisha, but there's a reason she is Orisha. And there's a reason they do what they do around, the veneration of Olokun. And there's something she represents. It's a bit easier when we use Western ideas to connect this. Someone says Romole. That's the problem. Stop thinking of everything using religion. Olokun is not a Romole. She was a human being. She was a woman who was a very, very rich businesswoman in Ife. And she was a contemporary of Oduduwa. She was one of the richest, in fact, she was the richest when it came to the bead industry. When she passed on, she was adopted. What I'm saying right now, if you read, there are books I can recommend. If you read Yoruba New History by Yakubu Gundiran, A History of the Yoruba People by Stevie Bajakinto, you see some of these things there. Our ancestors were not just religious people. They were scientists. They were innovators. They did things. When you hear their names, the next thing is not a Romole. Some of them are people that you can actually study so you can build something. If you study and there are books, if you want to study how they made glass beads in the 10th century AD, about 1,000 years ago, a millennia ago in Ife, the way they made glass beads, the science behind it, the metallurgy behind it has been discussed several times. You have people like Hakim Ogundiran, people like Dr. Babalola. They've done a lot of work on that thing, and it's not spiritual, it's science. But they were smart. They had to create a spiritual story or an esoteric story around it, so that when you think of it, you are thinking of something you cannot come by, and that will create exclusivity because you think that it's just special. So, like I said earlier, they will tell you something like, oh, it is Emi Oshumari. The person writing in the comment section, you are speaking English, but you are talking exactly like the generality of people in Yoruba land, even back in the day. You are saying it's the energy behind Okun, is the Olokun. You don't get it still. And I can't help you, to be honest, because you don't really care. I think I'm wasting time with you. Energy. Some of you, the energy you are mentioning, do you know where you are getting it from? The word energy, the way you just use it right now, is from New Age, from the 1970s. 1960s, 1970s, introduced by Americans who had experienced Buddhism in China, and those who, when the Buddhist monks began to come to the United States, that came in 1969. All this, the energy, the force field, the force kinetic, they are New Age terms. Mombo, I'll find you this. I'll find you this stuff later. I didn't mark it, and it's a shame I didn't do that. I was going to read to you, people that were involved in the war and how some of them were actually Muslims who fought on the Yoruba side against the Fulani, and being Muslim did not stop them from fighting. I'll look for that page. It's actually quite shameful that I didn't mark it, but I'm going to look for it and then I'll read it to you later. The point I'm trying to make is that I think I found the chapter. The point I'm trying to make is that there are people who will fight your battles as your brothers, regardless of their faith, and you should embrace them. But that does not mean you should not criticize those who are extremists. I'm not representing extremists. I'm not saying there are no extremists. I'm not saying everybody is fine. I'm saying that there are bad people. There are people who are trying to destroy our land. We can talk about them, but we should be careful not to throw away the baby with the bathwater. When you get to the point where Muslims are like this, Christians are like this, traditional worshippers are like this, we are discussing the sanctity and protection of your land. Who cares about religion in that kind of conversation? Let me finish that conversation. What I was saying about that, I'll find this page later. It's a bit distracting. I'll find you the page. But this book, you should get it. Balogun Derinlo in Yoruba history is the Ibadan man. Ibadan they were the ones who saved Yoruba land from Ogun Fulani. But the details are somewhere there. Let me quickly end this thing, and then I think we can wrap up now. Here's the thing. I was saying two things earlier. I'll come back to what our fathers did later. Let me just say something about the Christian side. You can find the book on Redomi Global, Redomi Books. You have to order, then they'll deliver it to you on Telegram. Redomi Books. There's a man in the United States in Alabama called George Washington Carver. Okay? George Washington Carver was a Christian. He challenged me as a young person. I had read about him as a teenager. And he had this thing with spirituality. I think everybody should copy, regardless of your spirituality. He was a Christian. So he had this thing where he wanted to bring up products because there were issues in the South. He had been invited to Tuskegee Institute, and he needed to bring up products from cowpeas, from beans, and from groundnut. So he sat down in his laboratory and was able to produce different products from the groundnut. By the time he was done with his work, he had brought out about 250 products from Ẹ̀pà, about 200 products from soybeans, all right, including ink, relaxer, cream from Ẹ̀pà. And when they asked him how he did it, he talked about his faith. His faith had inspired him to be able to produce those things. And he said that was God that told him. It was the Bible. He just went in there with the Bible and his notes, and that's how he got his inspiration. This is what I'm saying. Majority of us, ex-slave, yes sir, my battlefield, it was a black man, it was a slave. Yeah, but he was invited to Tuskegee, and he really did help. Here's the point. For most of us, particularly in Nigeria, religion, faith is transactional. Whatever God you are supporting right now is the one who did something for you. Many of you went to whatever faith you are doing now because you have problems. And when you had those problems, it could be one Alpha that helped you, so you're a Muslim. For some people, they went to a wali, they are Christians. I'm not saying everybody, some people, they went to Babalawo, they became traditional worshippers. For the most part, we don't study our faith. We also don't benefit anything beyond Ogunshe. If your religion is all about the spirit, sincerely, you are not worth much in conversations that have to do with development. I think your faith should inspire you to do stuff, even especially if you're a Christian, because we will pray. After praying, something has to come out of it. It was prayer that Kini prayed, Daniel prayed, and then he got ideas to be able to solve a problem that was almost impossible. So that's the point. Back to Yoruba land. What our fathers did, in the Bible says that it is the glory is the There's a word I'm looking for. Something about God concealing a matter and the glory of man to unveil it or reveal it. Something like that. The point is that what our parents did was to conceal serious inventions. And now that I've said it, I think I want to read you a book. I'll close on this matter. I'm very glad the one that is shouting Jesus is coming. That one is not serious. You just come and make the conversation about something else. I want to read something to you. Give me a second. Umbo. My battlefield says you need the concept and the philosophy and how it impacts lives. Yes. I think what a lot of us are not even what we don't appreciate is that we are moving from one faith to another with the same idea. At this point, I'm going to have to mute Owolewa. You are saying Yahweh is fictional. If somebody insults Ifa now, you'll be throwing tantrums. That's not been an Omoluabi, and you wrote part of Omoluabi on your kidney. This is not the place for that. So I'm going to mute you for 5 minutes. I worship God. Yes, Yahweh. You can't go everywhere telling people that their gods, Allah is fictional, Yahweh is fictional, but then when they mention something about Yoruba traditional, like, you're now going to rage. And when the person asks me, I say, but you are also Yoruba, you're supposed to support me. Are you joking? Ara nǹkan tá à ń sọ lélẹ́yìí, ìjẹ́ Yorùbá yẹn kò tí dúró ṣinṣin nínú ọkàn wa. Listen, I don't have to believe in your God to respect you as a Yoruba person, especially when we're discussing this conversation is about what's it? Security, isn't it? Phil T, God bless you. You just helped me find what I was looking for. The glory of God to conceal a matter and the glory of kings to search out its meanings. Thank you, Phil T.I. That word glory just got me off for a second. But thank you. You really did help. Snail shells. So the first time I read this stuff, I just had the question, how did our fathers and mothers discover to use that in the process of creating glass? I don't want to stand up. It's inside. The book is inside. Oh boy. Let me recommend the book in case you're interested. The Yoruba, A New History by Akiwumi Ogundiro. It's the glory of God to conceal a matter and that of the kings to search it out. What our parents did was to conceal plenty matters, but the way they concealed those things, okay, I'll find it. The way they concealed those matters was by using religion. So, and the people who belong to that, I'll find what I'm looking for. the people who understood what they were doing, for instance, I mentioned Olokun, and the person said Olokun is about the energy inside Okun. Maybe it is. It's going to be worth it once we get. I'm going to found it. The Yoruba New History by Yoruba, the New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. Listen to this. The majority of glass materials from Ile-Ife dating to the classical period is talking about over 1,000 years ago. The majority of glass materials from Ile-Ife dating to the classical period in Olokun Grove, Itayemo, and Oronbado are of unusually high lime, high alumina content, HLHA. These glassy objects have proportions of alumina and lime that are unusually higher than those found in ancient Islamic, European, and Asian glasses. This indicates that these glass beads were produced with recipes different from those of other glass manufacturing centers in the ancient world. For raw materials, the Ife glassmakers and their later offshoots in other parts of Yoruba region used feldspathic pegmatite, that's granite, as their silica base, that's the bulk material of formers. They added potash. They added potash to the recipe to lower the melting point for the formers, and powdered snail shells were used as a source of calcium to stabilize and harden the glass and to improve the mechanical properties and physical appearance of the final product. In addition, the glassmakers used locally available mineral deposits of cobalt, nickel, and iron oxides, as well as imported copper alloys to produce beads in a variety of colors. There's another page where it went a bit deeper. Stay with me, please. For most of its history, please pay attention now. For most of its history, the Ife glass production was concentrated in the Olokun Grove, the northernmost part of the walled city. That's in Ife. It was an industrial site that occupied about 268 hectares. During its apogee, the production center was under the patronage of the Ooni of Ife, who appointed an official Walode to supervise the production center. The portfolio of this powerful official during the classical period included the supervision of market affairs, was also in charge of the annual Olokun festival. Listen to this, please pay attention. He was also in charge of the annual Olokun festival to honor the patron deity of commerce, glass production, and prosperity. The patron saint of commerce, glass, and prosperity. Now, when you hear Olokun, you're thinking Okun, and that's why etymology is not the only way to understand language. If you stay with it alone, you might have problem. There was a woman whose name was Olokun. She was a trader. She was a businesswoman. She sold beads. She was the most successful in her time. She was adopted as the patron deity of that guild, so to speak, of that profession. Such that if you go to Ife today, you're saying you're going to Olokun Grove. Where you're actually going is the industrial site where they were manufacturing glass beads. There's something I still want to read to you, but I'll get to it. That thing about Emil Oshumari, just a second. So I've told you about the Olokun Festival. Many years of archaeological research in Olokun Grove have yielded thousands of crucible fragments. These crucibles were the very thick pots in which the grinded recipes of pegmatite, snail shell, and colorants were melted under very high temperatures to produce glass. The scale of glass production was enormous. In a 16 square meter area, excavated by archaeologist Babatunde Babalola, that's one I mentioned earlier, 812 crucible fragments, over 13,000 complete beads, almost 3 kilograms of glass waste and cullet, in addition to several production tools, which included 403 fragments of ceramic cylinders, were found. Is how hot it gets. and what is I using the chain for. When we have the session to discuss Ife beads and what Ife used it for, in terms of economy, in terms of power and religion, your respect for Yoruba elders will just go up. And that's why it irks me personally when we cannot have conversations without them, without people just subjecting everything to religion. It is disrespectful to them. For instance, it says here, the range of artifacts from the site demonstrates that all the various stages of glass production were present in the Locon Grove, and the volume of glass production related finds shows that the industry was a large-scale operation. Billions of glass beads would have been manufactured there in the course of about 400 years. Most of these beads were exported to various destinations across and beyond the Yoruba world. This glass industry financed the city's imports. Now, I want to show you the other part. Now we didn't go into the clothing pay details of how the glass was produced, but you have an idea now that there was an industrial park and all that. Now let's read something, how our parents explained what they were doing. Great. Just a second. Oh dear. Hold on, please. I'm almost there. Okay, good. Found it. So I'm going to have to read. No. Okay, let's start from here. At the peak of their game, so talked about, so many things on that page about how the beads served multiple roles in different social fields, including such cycles of life as marriage, conception, motherhood, childhood, puberty, adulthood, and other milestones. At the peak of their game, the glassmakers of Ife produced not only for kings and chiefs, but also for members of religious orders and for the common people. Hence, while the red stone, Akun, was locked up in the sphere of political power circulation, the Ife glass beads had more permeating roles in multiple social fields. What is striking in the production of this knowledge capital, please pay attention. What is striking in the production of this knowledge capital is that the raw materials needed for glass production were not only abundant, but also renewable and inexhaustible within Ile-Ife and its immediate environs. What might have been scarce were the skill sets required to produce different categories of beads for a diverse market and the labor needed to source and process the raw materials in order to meet the demands of consumers near and far. The political elite of Ile-Ife seems to have jealously guarded the knowledge of this labor-intensive and sophisticated skill-dependent craft. Please pay attention. It was the secret of their competitive advantage in the region. Mythical stories about the origins of glass beads. I'll take that slowly. Mythical stories about the origins of glass beads therefore gained ground and spread farther afield. These stories served to entrench the idea of a mystical and spiritual relationship between Ile-Ife and its glass beads. I'll read one of the examples of those mythical stories that they came up with. So what's it saying here? Because the economy of the land was dependent on the glass beads, the folks in political power had to create stories to, like myth, essentially, to give you this idea that there's a special relationship between Ile-Ife and the glass beads and the way they got it. So that, number one, you're not just going to be able to tap into the trade secret and begin, because if you tap into this trade secret and become a competition, or you become the competition, then you're going to affect the what's the word now? The economy of the land itself. Let me read one of the myths that they came up with. One such myth describes glass beads as Imioshumare, that's excrement of the rainbow. Oshumare, rainbow, is a deity believed to reside in Olokun Grove. The boa constrictor, that's snake, is a physical manifestation of the deity, whose multicolored excrement, glass beads, is believed to accumulate as the gifts of the deity to Ile-Ife. German explorer Leo Frobinus was told by informants in Ile-Ife, another part of West Africa, that glass beads were the gift of the goddess Olokun to the people of Ile-Ife so that they might grow richer than the rest of all mankind. Are they right? Yes, it's a myth. But if those of us who are speaking English right now, with all our degrees, just stay with the myth when it comes to this trade, then we have missed the science that we read earlier. All I'm trying to say is that some of the things that, and there's nothing wrong, if you look at things from religious perspective or from the spirituality, there's nothing wrong. If you believe the mythical part, there's nothing, I'm not saying you are less or anything. I'm just saying that our fathers were more than that. They created the myth. The myth did not create them. They made the myth. And they did that for a particular reason, to protect intellectual property. If our generation if we have conversations now and all we're talking about is the myth, and we're not talking about the product, we have missed the plot. In other words, regardless of our degrees, we are now part of the masses because they created those myths for the masses. We just talked about the location of the industrial park and how much work was done there and the science. I mean, they actually broke down the science, you know, the temperature of the I don't know whether you call it the heat that you need to generate in order to be able to convert the pegmatite, you know, to the finished product. The entire process is documented in this book. But the point I'm trying to make is that that process is known to the people that work there. When I talk about them today, we will think about them as initiates. Omawo, in context, in quotes. But in reality, they were scientists. And they protected what they were doing by saying, this thing is a gift from the goddess. But the goddess Gowon was a human who was a trader in that particular thing. I was made a patron deity, but they now say she's the one that sent the beads as gifts. Once they use religion and spirituality, you don't ask any questions anymore, which means they've protected what they're doing. But those who are educated in that art, they know that it's more than that. Now, all I'm saying is just that as Yoruba people, if you like, be a Muslim, be a Christian, be a Buddhist, if you like, be an atheist, don't believe in anything, that's your business. I hope you believe in something because there's someone out there. But regardless of what you believe or what you don't believe, see that part that has to do with the development of Yoruba land, the science, the art, the commerce, the philosophy, the herbs, the medicine, that belongs to all of us. And our conversations have to go beyond religion for us to be able to access those things. If you are talking about religion, about everything Yoruba land is religion, that means you are the people that they were trying to hide those things from. You are shouting at the top of your lungs, but you are very ignorant. But all of us can look behind the veil, understand why they kept it, because today you can pretend whatever it is that you're inventing. Then they could not, so they had to use myth. But we know why they did use those myths. What I'm saying is that if you're a Yoruba person, regardless of your religion, right? We're very passionate about Yoruba land, the success of Yoruba land, you know, the security of Yoruba land, that things should work in Yoruba land. When it comes to religion, we can have that conversation, but not when we're discussing the growth of Yoruba land. If you're talking about extremists, the Muslims will be able to also follow you to talk about the extremists, because it knows that you are passionate about Yoruba land, not about things from the area of your religion alone. And there's nothing wrong with your religion, regardless of what it is, but we've got to see beyond that, you know, or else we have failed our fathers. I pray we'll not fail our fathers and our ancestors, so that we can do something better and our children will praise us. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. We had Ade Richards. I think I'm going to bring one more person and then we'll close. I want to thank everybody who has tapped and liked across all platforms, and thank you for the gifts as well. We have Olayinka, and if you'd like to support us, please reach out on Telegram. My handle is Busui Oris. we're going to be here again tomorrow at 4 p.m. if we're time, West African time. I think Olayinka wanted to say something, so let's have her share her thoughts. She's going to be the only lady coming up, so I hope, hope the network is not disturbing Asha. Okay, I think our network is not really working very well. I don't know what's happening. All right, so we usually do this from time to time. If you like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details on the screen. Your support will be highly appreciated. We do have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. if at time, West African time. So we'll be here again tomorrow. Either you're born by Jalak Barolon or Wokini. And I don't share based on me. I don't say, I don't want the budget. About and you know, some things are happening. Only video Kotimori thing console where there's some Muslim guys trying to do some security something extremist now on here. Extremist now on here. But that vessel against one, Emma sorry against Nkotonche. And I understand for some people, I think it's a bit difficult, and I understand why. It's not because they can't, it's because sometimes, and let me acknowledge those people as well, so that doesn't look as if, because it's true, sometimes it's difficult to separate the people from their faith, especially when you study some of the hadith, and I get where they are coming from. But we must just find a way to remind ourselves that, and I'll tell you why I speak about Islam the way I do. It's not because, there's some books I have, I cannot even bring them on social media, at least not yet. But there's a conversation that held me when it comes to how to talk to Yoruba Muslims. It was when Deborah was killed. I think I've said it here before. It's a very sad, example. Deborah was killed in the north, and the Muslims from the north were shouting that yes, it was right, it was good. They were, saying all kinds of things. So there was a conversation, and such conversations I just observe. I'm not saying it's good, I'm not saying it's bad. I know it's bad. The killing of that person is bad. But what made them do that? I want to understand. So the Yoruba Muslims now got into the conversation. They then said that according to their religion, listen to this, that it was wrong for anybody to take the life of Deborah. The Northern Muslims said, according to their religion, it was right. So the conundrum emerged. And then it turns out that the Northerners were quoting certain hadiths. And the Yoruba folks were saying, those hadiths, again, see, you can go into the theology of it and break down hadith and Quranic verses, and you will be right. But I'm telling you my experience that day, so please stay with me. Something tells me that somebody was saying, no, just hold on. The Yoruba Muslims now said that those hadiths, they won't agree. They won't agree. Sorry, I have to change the audio source. 1 second, please. All right. So the Yorubas were like, no, those hadiths do not agree with certain things that they are found in the Quran. The Northerners kept shouting hadith, and this one was saying Quran. And this is what I discovered. Now, again, I have to repeat this thing. I know that there are verses in the Quran that have been used. I know that one. I'm just telling you what happened that day. After that conversation, I learned something. Whilst it is true that those verses exist, while it is true that those hadiths exist, the understanding of the Yoruba person, maybe it's his culture that is making him think that way, maybe it's his environment, maybe it's the redefinition of the faith. It turns out that he thinks differently about Islam than the Northerner. And that day I understood why the Northerners don't think he is as Muslim as he is. Which interestingly was the same argument that Usman Danfodio had when he got to the Hausa land. Usman and Fodio's argument in Hausa land was that the Islam was not pure enough. Because they had Islam before Usman and Fodio had arrived, right? And what they are saying to the Yoruba people in recent times that the Islam is not the exact one that they are talking about. So it tells me something, that even among the Muslims, there's a way they look at these ones who are Yoruba. So here's the question. If folks outside the same religion look at them and say there's a way they're explaining things, they're not as violent, they are different, and maybe it's because of Alajobi. So should I now jettison that Alajobi and throw them and say, I don't even care about where you are, as long as you're Muslim, you are the same thing as a Northerner? You see where I'm going? It's not that every verse that people are quoting on social media, even beyond social media. The first time I read a book on Islam, I was 15 years old. It was a scathing critique of Islam. Believe me, I still have that book on my shelf. The book is still there. I've not read it in a while, but I still have that book. The criticism about Islam, I get it. And if you want to have that conversation, it's okay. But when it comes to the influence of, maybe it's the culture or the understanding of the people or whatever, and I think I have an idea. I don't want to be exact for reasons best known to me. That event made me realize that, okay, these people are Muslims. The other guys don't think they are Muslims enough. Are they not Yoruba enough? What do they have to do to be Yoruba? Nothing more than what they are doing. They are Yoruba, period. You don't have to do anything. It is your Yorubaness that will now make you do some things. Therefore, Muslim. So I'm answering the person on YouTube who is saying that, you know, you are biased towards Muslim. I'm not even a Muslim. I'm not. But and this does not mean that I don't know that they are extremists. But I tell you, you need those Muslims who are Yoruba, who people think they're not Muslim enough to actually be able to speak against the extremists. And if you alienate everybody, that means you're going to be fighting everybody. How much equipment do you have to be able to do that? May God give us understanding. Thank you for being part of today's session. May God give us peace in our land. And those who are fighting to make sure that we have peace, people who are going to the forest, the best we can do is to pray for them, to be honest, and to speak on their behalf when we have to. My work does not require me to carry guns or enter bush. But the people who are going to the bush, they are doing it so I can do what I'm doing. And I also have to do what I can do to support. So please support them. And supporting them is also, calling on the government to make sure they are doing the right thing is also good. There's nothing wrong with criticizing them. There's nothing wrong with telling the government to make sure that these people are not going off. There's nothing wrong with that as well. So you are right to criticize what they're doing. Doesn't mean you're not Yoruba enough. It's important. It's okay to speak against, extremism in all forms, even in our own who are passionate. But after the Legbadura, but you get the point. Olumiwa says the least is to pray, the best is to enter bush. Oh yeah, enter bush now. After the walk below by, I'm a father now though. Oh more for Salah to Russia. I'm of Salah to Russia. And there can be to all Muslims, Baraka de Salah. That's true. Maybe that's why I'm talking about you guys like this, so because it's your Odun layer. It is well. It is well. All right. I think we can call it a day now. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Or is there any other question? Someone says, is it the book written by Salman Rushdie, Satanic Verses? That's Mr. Olusegun on YouTube. No, it's actually another one. I wanted it. So here's the thing. That book, when the man published it, they actually, from what I heard, one down Kongboro Silara, one Shele Show, and took away. That one you just mentioned, that's Satanic Verses. I have that one as well, but I've not read it. I think I have to find time to read it. People that are always fighting against it, I get where they're coming from, and they are right. They are right to a point. They are right to the point where they discover that how come you what you ban one. If it's much man work careful near. To about to go on Fulani in 1840. Yoruba Muslim not jao from Yoruba and Ishishi or you call going for. Someone says we can use our mouth to fight too. Yes, you can. White Kubo says Olokun Seniade is the king of Aba. No, Olokun in Olokun Grove is not Olokun Seniade, the one in Oba. That's even different. The Olokun that is associated with beads and bead making, that was not Seniade. That one was actually a big time businesswoman. But yes, you're right with Olokun Seniade. Is also, and I think sometimes we also confuse the name sometimes. Consider Proventus says it was attacked a few years ago, but the fatwa was issued and in the 1980s by Khomeini. Or are you talking about the man that wrote Satanic Verses? That one too was attacked. The one I read too, that one too was attacked. The extremism is there. You can't even act like it's not there. But Martin Roti Yoruba, Neofraka says, were there Yoruba Muslims in 1840? Yes, sir. Oh, do me mark page shall. Please, I will do all I can to find the page before the next live. Maybe tomorrow. There were Yoruba Muslims in 1840. Yoruba got Islam. I mean, depending on who you're reading. If you read, and this is the man, there are two men. Let me just mention. I actually mentioned the names. I think it's important. There are two men when it comes to traditional worship. Maybe because I've known them since I was a child, there are two men I respect a lot. Baba Wande Abimbola, Baba Ifayemi Elebuibo. Those are fathers. Wande Abimbola, according to him, Islam got Yoruba land around the 12th century, 11th, 12th century, but not as what's the best thing though? It was traders, right? We also find it in the book by Professor Banji Akintoye. It was Malian traders. Some of them were Muslims. They came to Yoruba land. We bought, we sold, discovered their religion, and according to Professor Wande Abimbola, some priests in Yoruba land were sent to Mali to also go and study that philosophy and that religion. And they went and studied it. There's a collection of verses, and part of it was published in 1971. It was in the 1970s. It was published as Ojimole. Collection of verses that refers to the presence of such people, that religion. It's a critique of Islam, by the way, but from Ifa's perspective. Okay? And so Islam has been Yoruba land for a long time, centuries before the war in 1840, to be clear. And yes, there were, number one, I can't remember the exact names, so I want to read, but I don't even know exactly where. But I will find it for you. There were Muslims. Oh, this was about Shita. What happened with Shita and Alaafin Oluewu, who asked him to tap the Quran. Mawafunyi, next class, I'm going to read out. I like to read the names because some of them were actually Muslims and they fought. There was a story of one of them who wanted to pray. The name of the book is Balogun Derinlo in Yoruba History by Niya Borishade. I wanted to pray. I don't know if it's this book. I hope I'm not looking in the wrong book, Sha. They're going to pray, right? And the traditional guys, traditional worshippers, they were the ones, protecting that person while he was praying. Because for them, they didn't care about religion in that moment. I mean, they were Muslims. Like I said earlier, the ones that Bashorun Ogunmola invited from Iseyin, they were Muslims now. See, those men were warriors. If you could help them win, if you like be Buddhist, they would use your help. They needed to win. See, for them, is the practicality of your spirituality. The functionality of that spirituality is what mattered to them, not whether you are shouting. You may be deep in your theology, but that doesn't concern them. What they wanted was, can this faith that you're carrying help me win the war? If you like be anything, they'll welcome you. You may feel somehow about it, but you go to war now, and then you see what it feels like to lose. If you can find anybody to support you and make sure you win, you had that person to work with. And that's what they did back in the day. Maybe it's another book. I'll find it for you. I'll read you some of those names. But yes, there were Muslims who fought on the Yoruba side as well. And there were even back in the day, there were also Muslim extremists. Just to be clear, who were trying to get into, in fact, who got into Oyo, some of them were even expelled with violence. That's a story for another day. Some Muslim extremists were expelled with violence, but there were still Muslims that fought on the Yoruba side. So it wasn't about religion, it was about ethnic identity. Give me a second. Ambo, Shoshobuni Abijalumi. Timbatiri, I don't like the fact that I'm not exact. I don't want to. Remy Guy says, why is it always Yorubas fighting on both sides and Fulani is always on one side? Because they were invaders now. I said the invaders because they were outsiders. And they had mixed with Yoruba people already in Ilorin. It was a calculation of Afonja that got us in that issue. I found it. Balogun. How do I pronounce it? There is Balogun Ajikobi. And I hope I'm pronouncing the name well. Mambo. He fought in the Oshogbo War. Is Ajikobi or Ajikobi? Could be Ajikobi, Sha, because I'm Lore. Remi Domi, so I was right. Okay, Ajikobi. Is Balogun Aji Ambo Domi Aji Koebi Uncle Ajikobi or no? That's what I've been racking my brain. Interestingly, it's actually in the book by Reverend Samuel Johnson, Jesus is Lord. I was looking for it in Balogun Derinlo. It's in the History of Yoruba by Samuel Johnson. Oh dear, I completely forgot. It was Balogun Ajikobi. There was also Chief Lateju, but he fought, on the side of the Ilorin guys. They eventually captured by Badansha. But Ajikobi was on the Fulani side. Lateju was also on the Fulani side. But on the Yoruba side, there was Arelatosha. When you talk about Arelatosha in Yoruba land, people don't realize that he became a Muslim. And he led Ibadan. Please power tap. We're almost done. By the way, we didn't get to Gowon's book today. We'll do it some other time. Yeah, I found it. Latosha. Excuse me. Latosha became Muslim. Latosha fought some of those wars, and he was also part of the 1840 war, the Oshogbo War. That name and Ajikobi, those were the names I was trying to remember. But I was looking for those names in the wrong book. So if you read the history, by the way, if you want to know how those wars went, a very good book that you should read. In fact, I think we talk about the issues the book has, but when it comes to those wars, it's a very good resource. That's the book by Samuel Johnson. Yeah, so that was Ajikobi was on the other side, but himself and Olateju were captured by the Ibadan forces. But on the Ibadan side, you had Are Latosha, who eventually took the name Momodu. There was also Ali, who became the Otun Balogun. Ali Laluwoye. He also fought on the Ibadan side. I think let's have a session where we'll discuss these people. We'll read all the books. Got time till we'll read. And now I know that I was mixing up the sources. So we'll read the book and we'll read the books and then we'll discuss how to learn from the past. Dr. Badru says Ajikobis are from Ilorin. Yes, sir. Ajikobi are from Ilorin. All right. So there are Muslims on both sides. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the ones on the Yoruba side won. One of the most famous Are was the Are when he was a contemporary of Madame Efushetan and Iwura. As a matter of fact, politics in one law not feed your Efushetan Nibado. She died or was killed, whichever way you want to look at it. But they were peers, right? Contemporaries, that's the word. So just to say that, think about it. They fought for their fatherland, regardless of their religion. I'm going to have a session on this thing. We should have a session on it. That day, I'll dedicate the day to that conversation. I'll read several books on, even if it's just one book, but stories of different people and how they moved. I think that will also encourage the Yoruba Muslims. I'm not discussing theology here. I told you I read books that have to do with theology, and those conversations, I think they're conversations that are very, very deep. And you must be either very scholarly or just want to fight to get into those conversations. But here, rather than going to theology, let's just talk about identity. And so when you hear examples of Yoruba Muslims, Aladosha was Areo. He became Areo Nokakanfo. He's not Yakubu. So when you hear people like Alatosha and the exploits they did, even as Yoruba people, regardless of their faith, that would also inspire Yoruba Muslims. Rather than say all the Muslims be thrown away, that will not work because you can't do it. Let's be clear, you can't. And it's unnecessary. How many family members are you going to kill? It will not even happen. We'll not kill anybody unless our folks, our Amotekun, Ati Jekun, Ati Ruekun, they help us deal with. I told PC Gansef, they help us deal with our Tonshe Shuta from Yoruba. Shugbawa we will live in peace and in harmony, and there will be peace in our land. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Just a few things before we go. As says, Shebila Tosha was the one before SLA after so many years. No. Kurumi was after Latosha now. Kurumi of Ijaye was after Latosha. There were others though. But I know definitely that I think Kurumi was after Latosha now. Wait though. Yeah, that's a very important question. It was after. There's an array from Ogomosho as well that was after Latosha. Someone said Latosha was after Kurumi. Really? I can't remember now. So After Latosha is SLA. That gap is much near. Let me check. And then let me just check. No, it's not Kurumi and Efun Shetan. It's Latosha and Kurumi Bawo. Kurumi was not in Ibadan. Now Kurumi was in Ajayi. Latosha was the area of was the area at the time of Efun Shetan. No, if Google told you that Kurumi and Efun Shetan were together, Google is wrong. Latosha, they were even related. Mambo. There's a list I have somewhere here. Mambo, my wife, you're right. The Ogomosho was before Latosha. That's Ojo Aburumaku. Kurumi was before Aburumaku. You're right. You're right. Koboko says Google is wrong, but Prophet Ora, I'm telling you, if Google tells you that Latosha was Kurumi was Efun Shetan's contemporary, then Google is wrong. You know, sometimes you can know this and say Google is wrong. It's not that you are, it's just should be AI. I'm a correction to my from AI. But you're right. Adeji, you're actually very right. I mixed them up. Kurumi was before Ojo Aburumaku, then Latosha. Then after Latosha was SLA. You are very correct. I always thought Kurumi came after Latosha. I guess my date was off. Or maybe Latosha lived a very long life. I think he lived a long life. So, but the Ogomosho man is Ojo Aburumaku. And there were two Ogomosho in the list. There was Toyeje, but that was much earlier. And there was, but the last you're right that Latosha was the last one before SLA. And after SLA, I think we've had only two, Abi, MKO and Iba Gani Adams. Kurumi didn't last long. Yes. Thank you for bringing that up. It's actually right here, but for some reason, sometimes Oshibako. All right. Thank you for that. I feel like hanging out a little longer, but I have to go. We didn't get to Yakubu Gowon's book today, but we will do that. We'll do that next time. But we'll be on Thursday. We might have another full session on Friday. It's possible. But tomorrow we're going to listen to something. It's going to be a replay. It's going to be interesting. All right. Oniyo Sheon, Olobe Sheon, Enteba Jeono, Eku Aibinu. Thank you very much for your support. On TikTok, we are on 290.8k likes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thanks for power tapping. Thanks for typing the comment section. Thanks for the comments across all platforms. There's some comments on YouTube. I went back to TikTok for a bit. Oh, we've had a lot of comments on YouTube as well. I don't know. There's a conversation going on. I wish I wanted Dira. Arelatosha was the then Bale Ibadan, Benny. I thought Balogun Jacobi is Ilorin side. Yes, you are right. You are right. But they captured him. I'm just trying to read some comments. I want people to also. Kurumi was an earlier personage. Yes. God bless you. Thank you very much. DT on YouTube. And let me read this comment. It says Kurumi was an earlier personage, a contemporary of Oluyole and Ogumola. There's something I want to say. I'm not going to say because it's going to make me look funny. Sometimes Oluyole and Latosha man confuse me. But thank you very much for actually highlighting that. That helps a lot. So people are saying here on YouTube, people are also communicating on TikTok, on YouTube, that Latosha and Yellow Devon Shetan, Latosha died before Kurumi, I think. No, Kurumi died before Latosha. I mean, we found out later that my date was off. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being part of today's session. Before we go, like we always do, we're going to listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem, and then we'll call it a day. But it's good to see you. It's good to have you. You came to teach us about Maware Onokakan for today. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let us listen to the anthems. Here's the Nigerian anthem. Please sing along. Oh, Isheni. Oh, I understand. Glad to see you. All right, here's the Nigerian anthem. Let's sing along. Sing along.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without name. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fún ilẹ̀ ìbí wa. Kàgbéga, kàgbéga, kàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ ògbàdìde, bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà ò ní bàjẹ́, ilé wa ọ̀nà wa ò ní bàjẹ́. Gbogbo nǹkan tí ó ní kùjẹkùjẹ Ọlọ́run bá mú kùjẹkùjẹ bẹ̀ kúrò, Ọlọ́run bá tún gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe. Ọlọ́run fún wa ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye láti tún kọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, pàápàá àwọn adarí wa níbikíbi tán bá wà. May God bless you. May God bless May God bless you. May God bless the work of your hands. May God bless Yoruba land. May God bless Nigeria and all its citizens. And may God give our leaders this wisdom they require to be able to do what has to be done to secure our borders. And all these people like Sunday go, and we can support them as well. We'll talk more about two, that's TOO, Tribes of Ududua, and Transformation, Order and Opportunity. We're talking about that much later, time to launching. But in June, the forms will be out. You can join. And basically what we're doing is, on one hand, we're going to be educating, we'll also be entertaining with some programs, and then we'll be recommending stuff as far as position papers and policy documents are concerned. And so we need all hands on deck. So I'll talk more about that. But the forms will be out in June. The forms will be out. People will get the forms, and they will begin to structure the meetings and all. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you again tomorrow, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Thank you very much, Mankind Generosity on YouTube. Elza Taylor on YouTube as well. Thank you very much. And thanks everybody on TikTok and Facebook and on Twitter as well. I really appreciate your being here. I'll see you again tomorrow, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. On TikTok, we'll play music for a bit, and then we'll bring other people across all platforms, to join the session. Do have a lovely night. God bless you. Odaro.